Senator Daly, Senator Allison, Senator Krasner, Senator Neal, Senator Ornshall, Senator Rogich, Chair Flores.
Thank you, Secretary. Please mark members present as they arrive. A few housekeeping measures. I want to remind everyone to please turn off their electronic devices. If you are going to testify, please state your name for the record. If you have a business card, please give it to our committee secretary. If you represent an organization, please let us know who you represent on the record. Please turn your microphone off when you're done speaking. We deal with many issues in the Government Affairs Committee. Some of them can be contentious. There's different views, so please ask everybody to be respectful to one another, regardless of our positions on the issues. We will have a period of public comment at the end of the meeting where we will allot 2 minutes per speaker. With that, I see we have Assemblymember Hafen here, and I'd like to open the hearing on Assembly Bill 444. Thank you for joining us, Assemblymember.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you, Senators. My name is Gregory Hafen II, for the record, representing Assembly District 36. Here to present Assembly Bill 444. Happy to go into lots of detail or just give a brief overview. The brief overview is basically that this expands on what Senator Neal brought forward last legislative session regarding business impact statements. And in short, last session, we said that counties and municipalities have to notify chambers and the trade associations. This was Senator Neal's bill, and I'm sorry, I can't remember that number off the top of my head. I'm juggling 10 bills right now. And so this session, we decided that, hey, you know what, that worked great. We really need to apply this to the state agencies, which is what 444 does, is it applies the same standards that we're requiring the counties and the municipalities to do, and it's just simply notifying people of when there's going to be rules, regulations, et cetera, that are going to be adopted. And then I did want to there's one other section in there that clarifies that when a municipality goes to implement an impact fee, whether it's a new one or an increase to one, that they have to do the business impact statement because it's an impact fee. So we just want a clarification. I worked with the municipalities, the counties, NACO, and I just want to say thank you to them for helping us with the language. It was amended on the Assembly side to address everyone's concerns. And I could go section by section, but I know everybody's busy, so.
I think that was a great intro, Assemblymember. Senator Neal had to run to another committee, but hopefully she'll be back. Members, any questions for Assemblymember Hafen? I'm not seeing any questions. Thank you. Oh, pardon me. I think that's Senator Daly.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. A couple of questions. So, and I understand this is expanding on what we did with local governments as far as an ordinance and stuff. But I think in Section 3, where you're looking at changing the rule means, and you want to say an impact, including without limitation impact fees. So that's not in something that they adopt in an ordinance. An impact fee is basically something that comes along with planning and land use and various things. It's not a rule of general applicability like an ordinance is. So I don't think it belongs there. It was excluded. I was just looking it up in Assembly Bill 117 from 2001, put in by David Goldwater at the time, and several other sponsors, including Mr. Beers, so it was bipartisan at the time. But the impact fee is not a rule of general applicability. I don't think it belongs under this ordinance section. We're having to do all of this impact statement because they're not putting in a rule. It's only related to this development to mitigate their impact fee that is coming along with that. You have to do a traffic study, so they say, hey, in order to mitigate the impact on this, or the impact on sewer, the impact on whatever it might be, and you have to do dark skies, whatever it might be. Those are some of the impact fees that go along with a particular development or application on a land use deal. It's not generally applicable. I don't believe it belongs there.
Vice Chair, through you.
Please go direct
to Senator Daly. Senator Daly, thank you for the question. In regards to the reference to the dark skies and I apologize, the traffic impact analysis, that's not intended to be what Section 3 is accomplishing. It's the hard dollar figures. And I will give a recent example that came forward in Nye County. Nye County, and I don't have the exact dollars, but basically doubled, almost tripled their impact fees on commercial buildings, home buildings. And so anything that went vertical, they raised their impact fees by double and triple without notifying the home builders, the business community, anybody else. And so, including the chambers and the trade associations, were provided no notice. It was put on an agenda under a planning item that nobody saw anything. And so, I do know, and I believe, doesn't look like Clark County's here. Clark County already does this. I believe Washoe County already does. It's only the rural counties that are not already notifying the chambers and the trade associations and the businesses that are being directly impacted by these specific impact fees. When it comes to the traffic impact analysis in the dark skies, that's not what was intended under Section 3.
And maybe I'm misunderstanding, if I can, Mr. Chair.
Please go ahead for a follow-up, Senator.
So unless I'm misunderstanding, where you say, well, they just implicated an impact fee without first analyzing what the impact was and what the fee was meant to address. So maybe I'm missing part of it. You don't just put it on the agenda and say, hey, we're just gonna increase impact fees for no reason because we think we need more money for something. It's always gonna be associated with what is the impact, what was the analysis, and how are you then adversely affecting other people in the area? So before you can go forward with your development to build your building or whatever it is, you have to mitigate these impacts. And they're not universal. They're specific. They're not generally applicable. So unless you and I are talking apples and oranges, and maybe some of these local governments can come up and explain, but you don't just put an impact fee on the budget and say, we're gonna blanket cover everybody in the county, here's your new impact fee, even if you've already built your building. It's not my understanding of how that works.
Through you, Vice Chair. You said go.
Please go direct.
So Senator Daley, that is exactly why this is in here. It's not current existing homes. It's not a tax. These are impact fees on new development. So a new home's being built, a new commercial building's being built. And what you are referencing is exactly why. Yes, Clark and Washoe have done a great job at informing people of the process, but there are stakeholders that felt that certain rural counties were not doing exactly what you stated. They were not showing why there was a need for the increase in the impact fee. They were just saying, we're increasing the impact fee with no backup data. And it was felt that there really needed to be a little bit more transparency in those fees because it was hurting the construction industry, right? So, you add what was a $5,000 fee and you make it a $15,000 fee, that takes a toll on the business and the construction industry for them and their budgets. And so they approached me with their concerns and says, hey, we need to have some additional transparency. And that's when I got with Senator Neal to talk about what she had done last legislative session to notify the business, whether it's the chambers, the trade associations, et cetera, and worked with the senator to try to incorporate the impact fees. And they're very specific impact fees under that NRS. It's the at least in Nye County, it's the police impact, the fire impact, the parks and rec impact, schools or tax, streets and roads is the other impact. And so there was a feeling, again, in the rural counties, because I do believe that Clark and Washoe are doing a fantastic job at bringing the stakeholders together and providing the information prior to them changing or implementing a new one. It was mainly the concern, and I believe there was 3 rural counties that were brought to my attention.
Thank you again, but I still think we're not talking about the same things. So number one, contractors and construction and all that stuff, they're not gonna pay these impact fees, the developer does. And they're associated specific to a project, right? And when I come in for my development, like you said, they're gonna say, hey, you have impact on traffic, so you have to widen the road. You have impact on X, Y, Z, and 100, you put all these conditions then onto that project. So these are not impact fees that are or generally applicable. They're applicable only to that development after an analysis and various things. And it seems to me, this is America, right, that if I was a developer and I went through the process and I got my permits and they said, these are your impact fees, and I mitigated those impacts, if I got another bill from the agency or from the county that said, hey, we're just all of a sudden, we changed our mind, we're gonna do it again with no analysis, no hearing, no justification, that I would wad that up and throw it away, or I'd see them in court, because they have to take certain actions and make certain findings in order to implicate that, or to do that. So I'm not seeing how moving that into this on a case-by-case, project-by-project, mitigation or impact based on whatever the development is, varying by developer what the project is then gonna have to have all of this big hearing, and we're gonna have to go out and do all of these various things, because it's very specific, right? It shouldn't be impacting the business next door to the development. They're not gonna have to mitigate any impact. They're the ones that are being impacted. They don't have to pay it. So we're gonna go out and say, hey, we have to check with you to say if your neighbor should pay the fee to mitigate the impact on you. It seems ridiculous to me. So I think you're missing it.
And if I may, Senator, we're not asking the neighbors to pay the fee. It's the new,
I didn't say pay the fee. We're not communicating.
apologize, Senator. So I wanted to just clarify a couple things, because there are two aspects. There's the at least in Nye County, there's the development agreement process where they negotiate certain fees, traffic impact analysis, et cetera, where they'll be able to expand the roads. But then in addition to that, there is what is an impact fee that is also paid over and above what was negotiated in good faith. And those fees are set. So it's $5,000 per residential home, period, amen, in addition to whatever development agreement you may or may not have, depending on your project. And that was exactly what you were just talking about, the analysis that is done in the negotiations and everything else to say what should be charged. That was the concern from the home builders, that when they implemented the increase in the impact fees over and above what was in the development agreements, those were not, they felt the analysis was not done, and that they were not even notified of it until after it had been already adopted and put into statute. And so that's where they came and approached me to say, hey, we really need to be included in the conversation. They're not opposed to impact fees. Everybody agrees that, you have to pay these, right? You gotta pay to make sure the roads that are being impacted, the fire. But it was just we really would like to be notified prior to make sure that the analysis that you referenced was being done, it was being done properly, and not just slid through an agenda item and then people find out in the newspaper after the fact.
And thank you. One final, I'm
Please go ahead, Senator Daly. As many questions as the members want. There's
sure you've heard of the term arbitrary and capricious, right? And I'm sure you're aware that there's no shortage of lawyers in this country. And people should take advantage, and if the process was done, it was arbitrary, capricious, not backed up by fact, then they should challenge that. I just, I'm not seeing where some of this goes. And then we're talking about two different things. There's the impact fee, you're right, that it's a per house type thing, and they set that up. And then you have impact fees to mitigate other impacts that are above the standard impact fee. And now you're mixing both of those. So if I just have one development and I'm building a warehouse, and I'm not building a house, so I don't have the per house footprint impact fee that I have to pay. Now that's wrapped into it. It's not generally applicable to anybody else. It's just to my development, and I got to go through all of this small business impact. It's apples and oranges, two different things.
Understood. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you very much. Members, any additional questions? I'm not seeing any additional questions. Thank you very much, Assemblymember Hafen. With that, I would like to now open it up for support for Assembly Bill 444. I'll start here in Carson City. Anybody who'd like to be on the record in support, please come forward. Down in Las Vegas, you can come forward too if you're here on this bill. If not, then don't worry about that. Good morning, sir.
Morning, Chair, members of the committee. My name is Mike Draper. I'm a partner at Adjournment Partners. I'm here today on behalf of the Nevada Builders Alliance. We see Assembly Bill 444 as a government transparency measure, particularly the noticing requirements to chambers and trade associations. It's something that our membership of more than 1,000 members has been asking for a long time. There are lots of discussions that happen, particularly at the local government level, that have impacts on the cost of construction, on the cost of building, ultimately on the cost of the price of housing that oftentimes our membership is not involved in. So cities, counties are adopting ordinances, and they might send out their business impact statements to people that are directly involved, but if our membership isn't aware of those discussions going on, they're not able to also show what some of the indirect impacts are. For instance, and Senator, this doesn't directly address a conversation that you and Minority Leader Hafen were just having, but there are conversations in the state going on about fire sprinkler requirements in residential homes. That has a dramatic impact on the cost of housing and also on the cost of building, and especially depending on what part of the state you're in. For instance, the northern part freezes, gets cold, and fire sprinklers can have different ramifications than they do in the southern part of the state. We've been dealing with for the last 2 years these conversations happening in some of these smaller municipalities that we haven't been able to be involved in, or even were aware that they were going on until after the fact, that have a dramatic impact on the cost of construction. So we wholeheartedly support this bill. Like I said, we see it as a transparency act, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Draper. With your indulgence, we do have a question. Senator Daly.
I do, thank you, Mr. Chair. So you said that some of your clients, you mentioned the home builders, I think is who you're here for, aren't aware or don't see all of this stuff. I just find it curious that they're able to hire a person like yourself to come down here and make sure they're seeing everything that happens so that they're aware. I think they can do the same thing with local government process as well. So I guess to say, oh, we didn't know, when they have the resources and availability to make sure they're coming down here, that nothing is impacting them adversely. I think they have the resources to do it at the local government level as well.
Senator Daly, Mike Draper, for the record, make no mistake, this bill definitely erodes our value. And we try to monitor, especially some of the rural governments and that kind of thing. I think the counter I would ask to you, respecting that and the fact that we work really hard to keep our clients involved, and there's several in this building that do that as well, is we have members that are members of the Nevada Builders Alliance or the Chambers of Commerce, or that are licensed through the state or a county. I guess from the standpoint of a transparency measure, what's the harm in making sure that those organizations, and in this case, we've tied it back to trade associations, chambers of commerce, of at least just making them aware of what's going on in the local government?
And I will put this as the anti-lobbying act. I kid. And I'm not saying that there's harm in that. You can send them an email, right? People can get on the mailing list and they send you an email. They don't have to send it hard copy or whatever. And I don't know if that's clear in here that email would work, right? Or electronic communications would work. And I know you're not here on the impact fee portion of it, at least I don't think, but I think there's a bifurcation there on what that means, actually.
Senator Daly, Mike Draper, for the record, I do think there is a bifurcation in what the impact fee means. As Minority Leader Hafen stated, I think, like and we represent clients in a development agreement or a single issue. I think the intent of the bill was when there's an ordinance or a rule adopted, that's when the notification should go out. Usually the intent of an ordinance or rule is a broad application not the approval of a development agreement or something like that. We can point to instances where there's a water authority that's implemented impact fees, or a fire district that's implemented impact fees across a broad group to help pay for a new development or a need of some kind. And not that anybody is necessarily opposed to those, but they would like to be part of those discussions so that we're identifying all of the ramifications of that impact fee.
And thank you, and this will be the last thing there. And the impact fees are meant to mitigate impacts, right? So it's not just money for free. There's a reason behind it, because what they're planning on doing is going to impact somebody else, which is what government does, is to take care of those externalities. And I'm sure you're familiar with that. But I know you keep saying intent. It's not the intent, it's not the intent. And you've heard me say this before. I says, I understand, great, this is your intent. My question is, what do the words say? And that's what we have to go off of. I don't care about people's intent. What do the words say?
Senator Daley, Mike Draper, for the record, I'm not going to speak on behalf of the minority leader, but I'm certain that that if there's a way to sharpen the language and clarify the language, that I think we would certainly enjoy being part of that conversation. Again, from the standpoint of, like you just said, impacts, part of the when a government is establishing an impact, it's being aware of all of the potential impact. And all we're trying to do is make sure that a broad group of those constituents that are involved in that impact at least can help outline what the impacts are, good or bad, what the impacts are of a decision that's made at a government level.
Thank you very much. And while you're on the hot seat, members, any additional questions for Mr. Draper? Senator Ellison.
Run it through the policy, what they do in down there, where we're talking about the impact fees that you want to increase. Usually when there's an impact, you guys take that to probably city council or county commissioners or whatever, and then they look at it. But usually if it's outside of the scope of what they've got, then the only thing you can do is come back here. Is that correct?
Senator Ellison, Mike Draper, for the record, that's correct. I mean, in theory, it should be, our government's set up on a system of checks and balances. So in most cases, it should go through a county commission or a city council or something like that. And this isn't pejorative towards the local governments. I think that they do put out business impact statements, things like that. But oftentimes, those are very limited in scope. And they don't take into account maybe some of the broader impacts that some of these fees or decisions might have. I'm not sitting here lobbying for or against impact fees right now. It's more for the transparency that we're involving as many people in those conversations as possible. There are some government bodies in this state that do a very good job of it. And there are some that either because of time or simply because of a lack of awareness of who else might be out there, don't, which is why, we started this, the suggestion to Minority Leader Hafen was that anybody licensed, for instance, on behalf of our membership, if you're licensed with the Contractors Board or you have a business license for construction in the state or you're licensed with a county, you should be notified of these things, laws that go into a place or conversations that are being discussed. That became a little bit time-consuming and certainly cost-intensive. And so the Minority Leader had the idea of let's at least make sure we notify associations, chambers of commerce that are registered so that we're talking about a small group that you can opt in or participate in, and then they're responsible to send it out to their members. So we tried to make it, strike the balance of not make it something that's intrusive on local government, but make it something that's broad encompassing and has the opportunity to reach as many constituents as possible.
And I took follow-up, Mr. Vice Chair.
Please go ahead, Senator. Please go ahead.
Thank you. What I'm trying to look at is that sometimes you can exceed the amount of funding you can put out into an area. For example, like a colleague down here says that, a stoplight or intersection or something like this, it exceeds what you've got into that kind of budget to put down on there. But it'd be kind of nice if there was a small something you could fall back on And I think that's what Mr. Hayden is trying to do, is something that you don't have to go back and say, hey, we don't have the money right now, or we can't do this. We got to use the impact fee, but we exceeded that. So I'm trying to figure a way to get into this and make sure that we can help the county in this issue. And I'm sorry I was late getting here. I was in another hearing, but I don't know, maybe Mr. Hafen can answer that. I don't know, but
I think the minority leader is probably more qualified to, and again, Mike Draper for the record, the minority leader is more qualified to answer that question. I would just suggest the intent of this bill is to make sure that we're involving as much of our constituencies. For instance, this committee and the legislature, I think, does a very good job of trying to broadly entertain conversation so that they understand the pros and
For support on Assembly Bill 444. We are limiting testimony to 2 minutes per person.
If you would like to testify in support of AB 444, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Vice Chair, you have no callers in support at this time.
Thank you very much. I'd like to now go to opposition. Anyone who's opposed to Assembly Bill 444 and wishes to be heard, either here in Carson City or down in Las Vegas? Okay, I'm not seeing anyone come forward broadcasting. Is there anyone on the phone lines opposed to Assembly Bill 444?
If you would like to testify in opposition of AB 444, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. You have no callers in opposition at this time.
Thank you. Neutral. Anyone who's neutral on the measure and wishes to be heard, here in Carson City or down in Las Vegas? Okay, I'm not seeing anyone broadcasting. Anyone on the phone lines who's neutral on Assembly Bill 444?
If you would like to testify neutral on AB 444, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Chair, you have no callers neutral at this time.
Thank you. Assemblymember Hafen, any closing comments you'd like to make? We appreciate you being here to present the bill.
Thank you, Chair. And I just wanted to highlight some of the questions here. So if you go to page 2, line 44, it states that under existing law, local government is not required to comply with the procedural requirements for adopting a rule if the local government is taking action that imposes increases or changes the basis for the calculation of an impact fee or sales and use tax under NRS 237.060. Section 3 of this bill eliminates these exemptions specifically to the impact fees, thereby requiring a local government to comply with those procedural requirements with respect to a procedural rule that imposes increases or changes the basis for the calculations of an impact fee. Section 3 also clarifies that for the purposes of the procedural requirement for adopting a rule, local government exercises legislative powers or to an action taken by a governing body of a local government that imposes increases or changes the basis for the calculation of the fee that is paid in whole or in substantial part by businesses. I hope that helps alleviate some of the questions and happy to tighten up the language with any suggestions that anyone may have.
Thank you very much, Assemblymember Hafen. I appreciate it. Any additional questions, members? Or I think Senator Daly has one additional question.
Just real quick, so in the deleted section, it says that the impact fee is under 278B. 278B is impact fees for new development, and now you just say impact fees. So would be impact fees for new development or for single development or anything else. So if you want to try to define and just say impact fees on a per housing level, you got to try to get to what you want to get to. Because before they were only exempt for 278B, which was impact fees for new development.
Understood. I think I've got some direction. Thank you, Senator. Gregory Hafen for the record. I appreciate it, Senator. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for presenting Assembly Bill 444, and thank you, members, and Senator Daly for, reaching out with concerns you had. With that, I will close the hearing on Assembly Bill 444, and the direction I have from the chair is to next go to Assembly Bill 224. I see we have Assemblymember Mosca here. Thank you for joining us today, Assemblymember Mosca. Thank you for being here to present.
Thank you so much, Vice Chair Orenshaw. Good to see you again, and great to be back here in Senate Government Affairs. My name is Erica Mosca, representing Assembly District 14, East Las Vegas. I know everyone wants to be quick today, so we try our best to be quick. Couple things. Why this bill? I'm very proud to represent East Las Vegas. I have been to every county in our state, and going to a place like Ely does actually remind me of East Las Vegas. This bill is a state-level solution to the issue of rural school construction. This body has funded appropriations in the past. This is a high-level state solution that would fund future schools going forward. Why White Pine is here today is because the schools in Ely were built in 1909 and 1913. I have been there multiple times, and I want to put on the record that nobody asked me to carry this bill. This was me visiting the schools and understanding what students and parents face in a community, and I wanted to bring it. And so we did have a hearing in Ways and Means, and in Ways and Means, it was confirmed that the general obligation debt affordability report would be updated for the bonding. So there is bonding available for this bill should it pass. So with that, I will briefly give it over to the superintendent to talk about the condition of the schools, and the CFO to talk about how White Pine has actually put skin in the game and done everything they can to raise their own taxes, but it's not enough with the base.
Thanks. Adam Young, Superintendent, White Pine School District. Thank you for having us today. We'll be very, very brief. As Assemblymember Mosca said, 1909 and 1913 schools have issues. Despite the best work of our maintenance and custodial staff, which is significant, accessibility, ADA, fire suppression, asbestos, all of these things they're just problems. The biggest problem is that when we get into fix those things, you have to bring everything else up to code. And that becomes unaffordable for us with a small tax base when we're at the tax cap. So CFO Johnson will speak about this for just a moment, but we have tried many, many, many creative solutions. We appreciate everyone's support in those solutions. None of them have gotten the job done to this point in time. And so we appreciate Assemblymember Mosca as well as all of the Assembly who have been very supportive of this measure so far.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. Paul Johnson, I'm the CFO for the White Pine County School District. To give a little bit of history, tax history, voters actually approved school construction back in 1993, but they didn't have the fiscal means to complete that project. And nothing really has changed from that point. It's actually a mathematical impossibility for the amount of revenue that we can raise to issue sufficient bonds to really even make a dent in school construction. When I first started doing this, it was a $7.5 million project. It's ballooned to a $100 million project today. The amount of money that we can raise through our voter-approved property tax rate of 25 cents would secure about a $10 million bond issue. On the sales tax, we have the third highest sales tax in the state of Nevada. We are at the combined rate property tax cap. The sales tax at its max would raise about $300,000 a year and float a $5 million project. So combined, possibly a total of $15 million, and it would exhaust all of our capital revenue for one project, and is roughly 1/10 of that cost. So we're here today asking for help because it's simply based on the tax policy and the way revenue works. A school financed through local means would never happen in our community.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Members, any questions for Assemblymember Mosca or co-presenters on Assembly Bill 224? Senator Neal.
Vice Chair, what's your tax cap?
Paul Johnson, CFO for White Pine County School District. We're at the combined tax rate cap of over $3.64, including the state 17 cents rate.
How much have you raised? So when we had this bill last session, how much did you raise?
We can, based on our projections and projections from J&A Consulting, we could finance $10 million worth of bonds.
But, okay, this is 2023, right? You had a bill. How much did you say you were trying to raise at the time?
Oh, Paul Johnson, for the record, at that time, the school construction estimate was $60 million. Is that?
Now, this bill is asking for $100 million in GO bonds.
Correct. Paul Johnson, for the record, yes.
And Eric Monster, for the record, it was put on the record in Ways and Means as well. The $100 million wouldn't only be for White Pine. They will put in what they can at the tax rate. It's just that the $100 million is what the bill will say that through the general obligation debt affordability report, that's what will be available.
Okay. So, and you want this to go to the Board of Finance, and so I guess what's triggering for me is that it's not that this isn't a worthy cause. It's that in the original bill was the 60 million GO.
Erica Mossing, for the record, the bill last session was not my bill. That was a straight appropriation, knowing that, in my opinion of this being in this body, straight appropriations for schools did not seem like it was something that was tenable or a state solution. So I worked in the interim for the last year and a half with many stakeholders to figure out if it was not a state appropriation, what could the state do if we were to say the state does have some obligation to support school construction for those who mathematically cannot do it themselves.
Thank you. Follow up? Just help me, because I'm trying to recollect this hearing. So it was, how much was the appropriation in '23? The direct appropriation?
Erica Monster, for the record, I believe the direct appropriation was $60 million, and why they're saying the cost is more, I think, is all just inflation and construction costs, but you can.
Yeah, okay. So now that I know it was a direct appropriation of 60 million, because we had this conversation about the tax cap, willingness of residents to raise the tax cap, population, et cetera. How much have you gotten done with the 60 million?
Erica Monster, for the record, that bill did not pass. That was for the Oahe school, and so this is for White Pine. Well, actually, I want to be very clear. This bill actually encapsulates 8 counties, all the ones that would qualify for the fund to assist school districts in financial capital improvements. That's a fund. There are certain school districts that qualify under that fund. White Pine would just be the one that qualifies at the top of the list, if that makes sense.
I guess that's what I'm trying to sort out right now. So there was, even though the bill died, there wasn't an allocation placed in the budget regardless. Okay.
Oh, sorry. Erica Monster, for the record, correct. They did not get any type of allocation from the state last session.
But you did put the, you tried to put something on the ballot or on the commission or?
I can address that. Thank you, Senator Neal. Adam Young, for the record. We are at the tax cap already. Our voters have previously approved funds that we use to make some of the repairs on these 1909 and 1913 schools, which is kind of enough to keep the doors open. But our local voters have allowed us to go to the max of what is available now. It's just that's not going to get the job done with anything new.
And so, Erica Monster, for the record, that's Elko County that had done that in the last 2 years, not White Pine County.
Okay, yeah. So, just final question.
Go ahead.
you need 100 million in GO. I'm assuming governor's on board, right, since you're going to BOE.
Erica Mosser, for the record, what we have on board is that it will be included in the general obligation debt affordability report. So not sure if that means the governor's on board or not, but that is what was presented in Ways and Means.
But the plea that you guys need help for an old school that's over 100 years has been heard.
Paul Johnson for the record. Yeah. Paul Johnson for the record. Yeah, I've personally been working at this for 28 years. Testified before the legislature 6 different times. The situation just gets further and further. The amount of money that we have to raise gets further and further from our ability to afford it. We have tried all creative means in order to make this happen. Lease purchase agreements, public-private partnerships, tax policy changes, requests for appropriations. This one seems to be the path of least resistance because it goes through the debt bonding, state bonding arena and through capital. It will be repaid in part through the property taxes that we pay through the 17 cents that all jurisdictions do. So, you know, we have kind of based what we've done on the recommendations of the people that serve on this body and, you know, folks that are experts. So this proposal was in part modeled after a bill that was presented years ago that wasn't passed. So we've tried many attempts, and this is just one of those attempts.
Thank you for that. I was just trying to get on the record that you have tried the increased cost. I mean, because I know you tried to move something in 23, and now because of the increased cost, this is now 100 million. But you had not, because of your own fault, you've worked it out, right, locally, and now you're here and you're being supported by that act. Okay, that's all I want to know. I mean, you know, I'm always looking forward to load up the record, especially when there are other similar circumstances and people are, you know, arguing against funding, and then we then have this presented in front of us. So thank you for clarifying that.
Thank you, Senator Neal. And I believe Senator Daly also had some questions. See Senator Ellison's hand. So I'll go to Senator Daly, then Senator Ellison. Members, if you have any other questions, please let us know.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Real quick, I think you alluded to some of it. So there are several counties that are 15,000 or under. I know you said a number. Do you know which ones they are, of which White Pine is just one?
Yes, Erica Mosser, for the record, I believe it's 7. I could be incorrect. I've said it before. Is it 7?
7 sounds about right, Adam Young. Lincoln County, Lander County.
Pardon me, I'm so sorry. I believe our legislative council has a little bit of, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Thank
Little
you.
information on that. Ms. Clarkson.
Thank you. This is Heidi Clarkson with the Legal Division. I can quickly get you the list. Under 15,000 right now are White Pine, Pershing, Lander, Mineral, Lincoln, Story, Eureka, and Esmeralda.
Thank you, Ms. Clarkson. I'm sorry to interrupt you. Please go ahead, sir.
So, and thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I was just trying to let everyone know it's not just White Pine. There are other school districts that can actually apply for the available bonding, not that it'll be done. They got to go through that regular process. So the only other question is not really to do with the bill and the old schools and all this stuff. And I'm fully aware of the stuff you code, earthquake compliance, 100-plus-year-old buildings, not too many of those considerations at the time, and then all of the other things. So with the existing buildings, just going to be tore down, or are you going to hopefully just build new, maybe repurpose the other ones, which also comes with some of those costs, but you just hate to see 100-and-some-plus-year-old buildings be down like Ely, so.
Thank you, Senator Adam Young. I am a graduate of White Pine, so is Mr. Johnson. We have some others in the room who are as well. And as you say, those facilities bring back lots of nostalgia for generations worth of residents. So we really believe in White Pine of growing community and in approaching everything through the collaborative aspect. So anything that we do with those facilities will be a joint community decision that will occur through that process. So we haven't wanted to get the cart too far in front of the horse to say this or that or whatever is going to happen because, as Mr. Johnson alluded, we've been here before and it hasn't worked out. And so we just want to follow the process. And if this process is successful, then we will consult with our community to make sure that those facilities are used in the most appropriate ways.
Understood, and so I'm assuming you have some other land available to build a new school if you're able to do this. I just, in your community, we'll figure out if the building gets torn down or what happens on that, and then how some of that retrofit has to be done. Because even if you repurpose it, maybe it'll be a little bit less, or maybe there's some other development or somebody that can assist there. I just curious. I hate this. Just torn down and move on. That's probably not best, but.
Thank you very much, Senator Daly. Senator Ellison.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you guys for being here. I've been trying to follow you all along where you're at on this, and I thought that one of my colleagues picked up the bill, and I'm trying to track it. We had a bunch of us from legislators from all over the state showed up and walked through that school to show people how bad it is. Now, the 3-story school has got 0 ADA handicap access to this whole building. So if you had a child that was junior high or whatever, and they had to get up to one of the floors, the only way up there is carrying them. That's it. I mean, the school is in such bad need of repair, and the maintenance people have done everything they can to maintain this thing, and it's amazing. But if there's ever a school in the state of Nevada that needs to be addressed, it's this. I mean, you go on the basketball court, and the basketball court is bouncing when they get in the middle of it. I mean, the building needs to be, turn into a historical museum or something. And I hope you guys weren't there when they built it, but it's it is something that has to be done one way or another. If they did come in and condemn this building, let me tell you, what are you going to do? Drive them to Elko or to Las Vegas? I think you're in between a rock and a hard spot. But if there's ever a building that we need to address, this is it. I mean, I can't say enough about some of the repairs in the bathrooms, and the maintenance people, you know, they should have a gold star on them, because I tell you what, they've done everything they could with the money they have. And I take my hats off to you guys. I tell you, you've done a good job trying to keep it up and trying to get our children educated and graduate through there. But I tell you, look at the old courthouse. We finally got that funded, several years ago, and got that moved. And the criminals and the sheriffs and people that was going to be on the trial had to take the same elevator. I mean, it was so bad. But I tell you what, this school has got to be addressed one way or another before it becomes a tragedy to the state, and that's what I don't want to see it. And I don't know if you want to add to that or whatever, but I tell you, how many of us do you think went to the school?
Senator Adam Young, and thanks for the question. We did, all of you would have gotten an invitation from me, and many of you replied that you wouldn't be able to be there, and I deeply appreciate that response. But we did have a number of assembly members and senators of both parties, and we've had a number of state officials come and tour the facility as well. I appreciate Senator Ellison acknowledging the hard work of our maintenance staff. They really do a good job, but there's just a limit of what could be done.
That's right. And everything has got to be surface mount at this point in time because of the walls and the existing old bricks and the windows are frames and the ceilings. And I mean, what they're going through right now is something that I think is an emergency myself. But thank you so much, and thank you for everything you've done. And I'm finally glad to see you get in here, but you've done a great job. And the people that's actually seen the school would totally understand. Thank you so much.
Members, members, any additional questions? Seeing none, thank you again for the presentation. I apologize that I was presenting a bill myself and I couldn't be here for the whole breadth of it, but thank you. I'd like to invite you to sit back. And at this point, we'll invite those wishing to testify in support of Assembly Bill 224. If you could please come forward. Carson City or Las Vegas? Seeing no one in Las Vegas, we'll start here in Carson City. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair Flores and members of the committee. My name is Tom Clark. I'm here on behalf of the Nevada Association of School Boards. When we set out this legislative session, there were three priorities that the school boards across the state had. One of them, rural school funding. And then we walk into a legislative session that doesn't have a lot of funding. And so how were we going to solve this problem? And I really applaud the folks in White Pine County and the sponsor of this bill for bringing forward this particular solution to what is a menacing, dangerous, illegal problem in a facility that does not even come close to the standard that we expect for our kids to be able to learn. We very much support this piece of legislation. We think that not only will it benefit White Pine, but it will hopefully down the road be an option for some of our other rural schools as well. For those reasons, Mr. Chairman, we're in support.
And thank you. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Mary Przenski, here representing Nevada Association of School Superintendents, and it's hard for me to add anything beyond what you've said, Senator. This is a crisis, and I hope you will pass this bill because we have so many issues, especially in our rural counties, where we need work on our facilities, and there just isn't a possibility of doing that at this point. So we appreciate your consideration of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Kyle Davis today on behalf of Ampere Energy. Ampere is a global renewable energy development company developing primary solar and wind projects throughout the West, including here in Nevada. Our projects are primarily in Nevada, in rural Nevada, including one project we do have in White Pine County. It's very important for us to be a partner in the communities in which we operate. As you've heard in the testimony, this is a critical need, and there are not a lot of options available to our rural counties for these types of issues. AB 224 gives us those options and provides options for our rural school children. So we are in support and happy to be here today. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I am Sarah Adler with Silver State Government Relations, and we are proud to represent the Duck Valley Shoshone-Paiute tribe. So 2 years ago, this body stepped forward heroically to support the students in Hawaii with Oahe so that they may have a safe school. And there are many other needs in our tribal and rural communities that this bill can seek to address. On a personal note, I think there is a problem. However, it is if this bill moves forward, Paul Johnson and Adam Young, who are heroes of education in our state, might think that they would be allowed to retire, and that would be a problem. But besides that, it's a great bill. We urge your support.
Thank you for joining us. Welcome.
Good morning, Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Jimmy Lau with Ferrari Reader Public Affairs, representing the Nevada Contractors Association. Here in support, echo the comments that have been made before me. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no one else coming forward in Carson City or Las Vegas, we'll go to the phone line, support testimony for Assembly Bill 224.
If you would like to testify in support of AB 224, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Chair, you have no callers in support at this time.
Thank you. We'll go to opposition to Assembly Bill 224, and we'll start with the phone lines.
If you would like to testify in opposition of AB 224, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Chair, you have no callers in opposition at this time.
Thank you. And anybody wishing to testify in opposition either in Carson City or Las Vegas? Seeing none, we'll go to those wishing to testify in the neutral position to Assembly Bill 224. Carson City, or Las Vegas? Seeing no one coming forward, we'll go to the phone lines for neutral testimony.
If you would like to testify neutral on AB 224, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Chair, you have no callers neutral at this time.
Thank you. And with that, any closing remarks?
Erica Moss for the record. Ooh, I will be very brief. I want to thank the chair and vice chair for hearing the bill, Senator Neal for building a record. This is very helpful. Thank you, Senator Daly, for bringing up it's more than just one school district, and Senator Ellison for your descriptive nature, and thank everyone who has been working on this. I think it shows that, and this is why I appreciate that we as a body support all Nevadans, no matter the political party of their county, and I appreciate you all for that support. Thank you.
Thank you again. With that, we'll go ahead and close out the hearing on Assembly Bill 224. I do see Assembly Member Danielle Monroe Moreno. I believe we have you both for 356 and 366. Do you prefer that we take them in a specific order? No? With that, we'll go ahead and open up the hearing on Assembly Bill 356. Whenever you're ready, sorry.
Thank you so much. Good morning, Chair Flores and committee. For the record, I am Assembly Member Danielle Monroe Moreno. I am proud to represent Assembly District 1, which is in Southern Nevada, and equally proud to chair the Ways and Means Committee. Joining me here at the table is our Ways and Means Committee Chief Fiscal Analyst, Ms. Sarah Kaufman, who is LCB nonpartisan staff, here to answer any of the technical questions. So I brought my phone a friend with me. We both thank you for allowing us to present Assembly Bill 356, which revises provisions relating to collective bargaining agreements. As it's amended, and I'll be really short for you all, AB 556 revises the statutes in 1, the governor's budget requirement in NRS 288.510. The governor must include, when practicable, funding agreements upon in collective bargaining agreements in the biennial proposed executive budget. If deemed not practicable, the governor must submit a written explanation to the legislature the same day the budget is submitted to this legislative body. And 2, collective bargaining timelines changes in NRS 288.56, and 288.570 and 288.575. Negotiations between the executive departments and employee representatives must begin by April 11th. Previously, it was October 1st. Mediation may be requested after 6 meetings and by September 5th of the even-numbered year. It also moves the economic forum reporting deadline in NRS 353.228. Was not included in the governor's budget at all. So it's finding a way to fund what was collectively bargained, especially in this biennium when we have little to no money to work with. By moving the dates, moving the bargaining time puts everything earlier. So the bargaining is done before the budget is presented to the legislative body. It puts the governor's office in a much better position. It puts the legislative fiscal division in a much better position. But those of us as legislators, that once we get that budget from the governor that I lovingly call the governor's Christmas wish list, we can better negotiate and analyze what we as a state can afford. I've worked really hard with our fiscal staff, with the representatives of our bargaining units, and with the governor's office to get to this piece of legislation. It's kind of unusual, a win-win for everyone by moving these states. And we will stand for questions.
And thank you for the presentation and flexibility. I know you're incredibly overwhelmed, and so we're trying to make 14,000 things happen today, so I appreciate you being here. Members, any questions? Senator Ellison.
Thank you. I usually, when I look at something, I got to know what it's costing me and where I'm at before I could actually go into finance if I'm going to do something. So I can understand what you're saying. Seems like to me you got to get the horse before the cart to know what the heck you're doing. I didn't know this, but it's quite interesting, and you guys got a hard job. I mean, I never seen a bunch of people work so hard on a budget of all the years they've been here, between you guys and Ways and Means and Finance and the governor's office, and the governor's office seem to be very involved with a lot of this stuff. But I'm glad you brought this up and let us know, because the bargaining is a debt, the way I look at it. So you got to pay for it. Thank you.
Senator Daly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick question, and I think changing the dates and trying not to have the issues we had with the Highway Patrol and a few other bargaining units over the last couple of years and stuff. Just question, and I believe it's the case, the governor's office or somebody, a representative of the governor on the state agency, there's somebody there from the governor. It's not like the governor doesn't know what was agreed to by the state for these bargaining unit employees. So it should be pretty easy, if the dates are right, to make sure he includes it in the budget. Or whoever the governor might be.
Danielle Monroe Moreno, for the record. The problem with that is that a number of these contracts were bargained for and finalized and ratified while we were here in session. If we move the time up before the session even begins, then that gives the governor the opportunity to put those dollars into his budget. So when it's presented to us, it's already baked into the budget and we know what those are. We were presented with a number of bargaining agreements with, I can't remember how many millions of dollars that we just do not have.
Understood, and that was part of the question, but I was just trying to establish and have on the record that these are not unknown numbers, regardless of when it comes in to the governor's office. There's somebody from the executive branch participating in these negotiations. They know what it is and what they agreed to. I think it's only fair then that they fund what they agreed to. I think that we're just trying to get the timing right and ask the governor to put it in, whoever the governor is, put it into the budget or an explanation on why he didn't do that.
Danielle Monroe Moreno, for the record, you are. Thank you.
Members, any additional questions? Seeing none, thank you again for the presentation. And with that, we'll go ahead and invite those wishing to testify in support of Assembly Bill 356 to please come forward, either in Carson City or Las Vegas. Seeing none, we'll go to the phone lines for support testimony on Assembly Bill 356.
If you would like to testify in support of Assembly Bill 356, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Chair, you have no callers in support at this time.
Thank you. With that, we'll stay on the phone line. Opposition testimony for Assembly Bill 356.
If you would like to testify in opposition of Assembly Bill 356, please press star 9 now. Chair, you have no callers in opposition at this time.
Now we'll go to those wishing to testify in opposition here in Carson City or Las Vegas. Seeing none, we'll go to neutral testimony over the phone lines for Assembly Bill 356.
If you would like to testify neutral on AB 356, please press star 9 now. Chair, you have no callers neutral at this time.
Thank you. Anybody wishing to testify in the neutral position either in Carson City or Las Vegas? Seeing none stepping forward, any closing remarks? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and close out the hearing on Assembly Bill 356. And next we'll go to Assembly Bill 366. Welcome back.
And committee, thank you for having me back again. I am Assembly Member Danielle Monroe Moreno, and I represent Assembly District 1 in North Las Vegas. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to present Assembly Bill 366. I believe I have Ms. Brooke Page, who is joining us by Zoom.
Chair, you have no participants in Zoom at this time.
Assembly member, is there a chance that maybe somebody can reach out to them via phone? Maybe can call them or text them? They're on it as we speak. We're getting the signal that they're calling. We got 14 people on it running around. It's going to work out great.
It's that time of session.
We'll just brief for a pause recess just to give them time to log in if you'd like. We'll go into a quick 30-second recess just to allow the co-presenter to log in. We are in recess. The Senate Committee on Government Affairs will come back to order. And we'll get back into the bill presentation on Assembly Bill 366, whenever you're ready.
Again, good morning, committee. I'm Danielle Monroe Moreno. For the record, joining us by Zoom will be Ms. Brooke Page, and I have staff from the Nevada Housing Division here with me. Assembly Bill 366 revises provisions relating to housing. Last legislative session, this body created the State Supportive Housing Initiative. And what this measure will do that was a pilot program. It will move the pilot program to just a program within housing opportunities for our state. Nevada's existing housing laws mandate that the Nevada Housing Division of the Department of Business and Industry to develop and implement a grant program for supportive housing. This program is designed to award grants for the development and subsidized housing and provide services that help individuals overcome barriers to retaining housing. The Nevada Supportive Housing Development Fund, originally established as a special revenue fund, plays a critical role in financing these initiatives. However, the current framework faces challenges in maintaining consistent funding and operational efficiency. With your permission, Chair, if Ms. Page is on, we will go to Brooke, and she can give you a little more detail on it, and then my phone or friends here at the table of how it's working in our state.
Perfect. And we do see that she is now logged in on Zoom. Whenever you're ready, we are ready for you.
I'm going to keep it short.
Perfect. 45 slides down to 3. That works. Whenever you're ready. Welcome.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for the opportunity. My name is Brooke Page, and I'm here presenting on this really important bill. I'll keep it short. Can you all see my slides? Is it moving good?
Yes, we can. They look perfect.
Okay, awesome. So just really quickly, we want to just make sure that that committee is aware. Thank you for the opportunity to express just the importance of this fund. The fund was established as a grant program. There has been a lot of great work that has happened since this fund has been created. We have had some really great opportunities to do groundbreakings across the state of Nevada already, building capacity and really having an opportunity to leverage some just important work around supportive housing. And for those folks that aren't aware, this intervention to provide folks with an affordable place to live, with affordable rental assistance, coupled with those important wraparound services, is what we are intending to do and build upon and continue to help support this program with growing. So with that, I will pass it over to our friends at the Nevada Housing Division if they have any comments that they'd like to make on the bill. Or I can just finish going through these slides, whichever one you would like, Chair Flores.
I do think that we're going to come back here to Carson City, and then in case we need to phone a friend, we will go right back to you.
Okay, great.
Thank you, Chair Flores. Steve Acroth, Administrator of the Nevada Housing Division, for the record. Just to touch briefly on the existing status of the Supportive Housing Development Fund, $32.2 million was allocated in the last biennium. We currently have awarded 5 projects and exercised 2 agreements of those 5, and the balance are under review, those agreements. We've executed contracts for the capacity building and program evaluation with 2 entities. We've hired 2 positions that were associated with the account. And I will turn it over to Christine Hess, our CFO, to talk about the specificity of those awards.
Good morning, Chair Flores, members of the committee. Christine Hess, CFO at the division, for the record. And I have the pleasure this morning of reporting kind of the progress of the program so far, but of course, you'll all be pleased to know it's not Administrator Acroth and myself doing this hard work. We have an amazing team at the division, and it's really been a pleasure to have the 2 new team members on board and to include this as part of our state and federal grants programs. So far, we have awarded a total of $13.8 million of the original funds to 5 organizations across the state to support the development and operation of the permanent supportive housing. Per the legislation, this fund is directly related to supportive services, right? But for, we can have a roof over somebody's head, but for these services, that person does not remain stably housed, and the service funding is very challenging. Additionally, some of the funds, and in fact, I'll speak to it directly in terms of the funding breakdown, also support some of the operations, because again, these are typically households that are at extreme risk of homelessness, and so helping fund operations, usually in the form of rental subsidies for these individuals, again, to come alongside the services is fundamental. So the funding breakdown across all the awards, the $13 million that I spoke about, operations funding went at $2.7 million, supportive services at $9.65 million, some training funds $193,000, and administration of $1.2 million. So again, these funds are being deployed in exactly the manner in which it was the intent. It's really exciting. The total number of units that these funds are supporting are 170 units. Remember, these are units that have an affordability period of 30 years. So we're excited to take part in this, and I'll just keep it brief. I'll end it there for questions. Thank you.
Danielle Monroe-Moreno, for the record, just to close it out. The Nevada Supportive Housing Framework, it redesignates the Nevada Supportive Housing Development Fund as an account within the state general fund, ensuring that funds do not revert to the general fund at the end of each fiscal year. This change allows for a more stable and continuous funding source for the supportive housing program. And additionally, the bill has been amended to appropriate $21 million from the state general fund to support the grant program, which includes procuring and developing supportive housing, training supportive housing partners, and analyzing the program's progress. The bill also requires that recipients comply with applicable housing regulations and mandates annual reporting to ensure transparency and accountability. And with that, the 4 of us will stand for questions.
Thank you all for joining us, and I do appreciate trying to compound a lot into a few short sentences. Members, any questions? I believe that the committee is good to go. With that, I'm going to invite all three of you to sit back. And at this time, we'd like to invite anybody wishing to testify in support of Assembly Bill 366, if you could please come forward, Carson City or Las Vegas. Welcome. Whoever wishes to go first.
Good morning, Chair Flores and members of the committee. For the record, Mindy Elliott, MENDYELLIOTT, representing this morning Reno Housing Authority. I thank you for the opportunity to speak on this important bill. I think that this bill really continues to strengthen Nevada's commitment to supportive housing by redesignating the Nevada Supporting Housing Development Fund as an account within the State General Fund. This critical change ensures that unspent funds can be carried forward, providing continuity and sustainability for housing initiatives across the state. We would like to thank Assemblymember Monroe Marino for her leadership in 2023 with AB 310, which allocated $32 million to launch this effort. That investment began an evolution in how we care for Nevadans with disabling conditions, changing lives through housing and support services. AB 366 builds on that foundation by appropriating additional funds to bolster that grant program and expand access to supportive housing for those experiencing or at risk of homelessness. We urge your support for this vital legislation that enhances stability, dignity, and opportunity for our most vulnerable neighbors. Thank you so much for your time.
And thank you for joining us.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Maurice Page, and on behalf of the Nevada Housing Coalition, we express strong support for Assembly Bill 366. A special thank you to Assemblymember Monroe Marino for her leadership on this bill and the Corporation of Supportive Housing. Supportive housing ensures stability for our most vulnerable populations and helps elevate broader pressures on emergency services, healthcare, and the criminal justice system. By creating a dedicated funding mechanism through AB 366, Nevada can align fiscal policy with the values and needs of its residents, stimulating economic growth while promoting dignity and well-being. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Harrison Bond with Brownstein on behalf of Ovation Development in support of AB 366. I'll say the other supporters said many of my points, so I'll just end on this. There are more than 8,000 unhoused Nevadans on any given day, a large increase over the past several years, and the solution to this problem is increasing permanent housing options for low-income individuals. And as mentioned, this also makes fiscal sense. It keeps people out of hospitals, shelters, and jail. For these reasons, we urge your support on AB 366. Thank you.
And thank you for joining us. Anybody else wishing to come forward? Seeing none, we'll go to the phone lines for support testimony on Assembly Bill 366.
If you would like to testify in support of AB 366, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue.
Good morning. My name is Kathy Thomas, and I'm the Chief Housing Officer with the Southern Nevada Regional Housing Authority, here to speak in support of this bill. We have more than 93,500 extremely low-income households who rent. 86% of those renters are severely cost-burdened, meaning they're paying more than 50% of their household income towards housing expenses. This puts them at great risk for homelessness. We urge you to support this bill as a way to ensure that these households get access to the services that they need and support in maintaining their housing. Thank you for your time today. And again, we urge your support of this bill.
And thank you. Next caller, please.
Chair, you have no more callers in support at this time.
We'll stay on the phone lines and we'll switch over to opposition testimony for Assembly Bill 366.
If you would like to testify in opposition of AB 366, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Chair, you have no callers in opposition at this time.
Thank you. We'll go to those wishing to testify in the neutral position, either in Carson City or Las Vegas. Seeing no one coming forward, we will go back to the phone lines. Neutral testimony for Assembly Bill 366.
If you would like to testify neutral on AB 366, please press star 9 now. Chair, you have no callers neutral at this time.
Thank you. Anybody wishing to testify in the neutral position, Carson City or Las Vegas? Seeing none, with that, we'll have any closing remarks. I think we have one very quick, brief question for you.
You might want housing division to come to the table. So the question is, and it's the clarifying question. So under AB 366, this supportive housing allocation would also be eligible to receive additional money if 540 moves, correct?
Good afternoon, Chair Flores, members of the committee. Thank you, Senator Neal, for the question. So yes, discussions were had on the Assembly side.
If I could just have you identify, please.
Oh, my gosh. You'd think I'd know this by now. Thank you. Christine Hess, for the record, Nevada Housing Division. Discussions were had on the Assembly side, and yes, the Assembly Bill 540, which will be heard in this committee today, does include an eligible use for supportive housing. However, the funding for this session will be in this bill. There is no current funding in the initial allocation plan, which you'll hear later in AB 540 for this initiative.
Danielle Moreno, for the record, when you see the bill, the initial appropriation that was included in 540, these dollars, and there were dollars for eviction, were removed from 540 because they're funded in the two bills that I was carrying. Thank you.
Senator Ellison, please.
I don't know if, oh my gosh, could answer this or not. That the governor he's putting the housing projects together all over the state. In rural Nevada, Clark County, and I know Clark County's doing one also, and they're both getting public lands expanded into them areas. Does that fall into any of this into 266?
Danielle Monroe Moreno, for the record, public lands is not included at all in 366. So
I know they were working on this to expand some of these housing and apartments and stuff like this for low income, and by doing that, they could expand the lands for housing developments, and I didn't know if that fell into there. But I know that Vegas and the governor's office both are working hard on trying to get these lands.
Chair Flores, members of the committee, Senator Ellison, Christine Hess, for the record. Thank you so much for the question, and I think you're really keyed in on affordable housing and the complexities that go into making projects happen. And in fact, supportive housing that we're talking about here with Assembly Bill 366 is some of the most difficult housing to pencil financially. So the opportunities around public lands coming to the table, especially around supportive housing, would be welcome. However, not directly part of this bill. However, projects that are approved to fund supportive services would certainly be projects that may access some of the lands, yes.
And I don't believe we have any additional questions. Thank you again for the presentation and for the clarification there at the end. And with that, we'll go ahead and close out the hearing on Assembly Bill 366. And next, Assemblymember Watts, are you in the room? I am. I see you. And then afterwards, we'll go to Assemblymember Bacchus. I do see you sitting there patiently. Thank you for your patience, Assemblymember. With that, we'll go to Assemblymember Watts and we'll open up the hearing on Assembly Bill 442.
Thank you, Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Howard Watts, representing Assembly District 15 in Clark County. It's my pleasure to present Assembly Bill 442 for your consideration today. The goal of Assembly Bill 442 is to make sure that the nonprofit organizations that the state partners with to provide critical services and support to our community receive the funding that they get through state grants in order to carry out that work in a timely manner. There are really two aspects related to this. One is looking at where it is feasible and possible and where nonprofits have a proven track record that we are able to provide some of the funds in advance so they do not have to dip into their own cash flow in order to start providing services. Unlike some other entities, nonprofits often have pretty slim reserves, and so it can be difficult for them to carry out work and then submit an invoice for reimbursement without sometimes putting them close to struggling to make payroll, pay some of their bills and key expenses. So part of this bill looks to promote the ability to get those nonprofits resources on the front end. The other aspect of this bill is related to prompt payment. So when a nonprofit organization that has a grant has submitted a complete invoice with all the documentation needed, we want to make sure that they get paid promptly, just like any other business or contract. Folks are depending on getting those invoices paid in a timely manner in order to cover the expenses that they've outlaid. So the bill was originally more expansive. You will see in this reprint that several sections were deleted by amendment. The first few sections of the bill essentially are laying out various definitions. And then Section 9 is the piece related to prompt payment. What we really want to do is, at this point in time, make sure that we understand, first of all, make sure that nonprofits understand if they are not being paid within 30 days, what was the reason that prevented that from happening. We know that we're in transitioning our state IT systems. There are various things that could be at play, but if an invoice is not paid within 30 days, we want an explanation in writing to be provided to that nonprofit organization. In addition, the state would compile all of those notices and submit them to the governor's finance office and the Legislative Counsel Bureau for transmission to IFC. So this would allow the legislature to understand how often grants are not being paid within 30 days, how long it took for those to be paid, and what was the reason for that delay. Then you'll see in section 11.3 that we're asking the Office of Federal Assistance, which not only supports state agencies in securing federal funds, but also supports them in re-granting funds to nonprofit organizations and supporting nonprofits in getting those dollars, to help develop processes and guidelines that can help support state agencies in figuring out when and how to best make advance payments to nonprofit entities. And you'll see there's also some language to that effect in section 11.7. So again, at the end of the day, this has been one of the largest issues that's been raised by the nonprofit community in our state, is these barriers with accessing those grant resources. It leads some nonprofits to not seek partnerships with the state. It leads some to terminate partnerships with the state. And it's put others in financial hardship sometimes when they're waiting months to receive remuneration, that they're, again, struggling to make payroll, struggling to make bills. Some have had to delay paying people. They've had to take out loans. And so I think this is the first step in helping to make sure that that's addressed, and that the nonprofits that we partner with to address so many needs in our community are really treated as true partners when it comes to the financial administration of these grants. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that members of the committee have. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Members, any questions? I think the committee is good to go. Thank you again for the presentation. I'll invite you to sit back. And at this time, we'll invite those wishing to testify in support of Assembly Bill 442. If you could please come forward to Carson City or Las Vegas.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, if I may proceed? Yes. Great, thank you. Good morning still. Mr. Chair, members of the committee, my name is Sarah Adler, here as Sarah Adler, who has for the 42 years I've lived in Carson City, served on nonprofit boards, small, medium, and large, and this bill in its original conception was exactly what we need, and in the matter in which it sits before you will still be highly beneficial. We rely upon nonprofits to do a lot of the work here in our state. I'm on the board of Healthy Communities Coalition, and just
on this issue. We recognize the strength of the sector, but we also value so much the partnerships with state agencies. And so over the course of the session, we've worked very, very closely with about 11 or 12 state agencies to really understand the grants reimbursement process. And so in strengthening that partnership, we look forward to using this bill to work more closely in the interim to make sure that dollars go out to our communities effectively and accountably. And so just really want to also thank the nonprofits who have been engaged and involved on Nellis. You can see in the original hearing on the assembly side, many submitted letters of support, not only detailing the work that they do, but also sharing a little bit about some of the challenges that they face with the current model. And so really looking forward to receiving some of this data and continuing the partnership with state agencies. But thank you so much for hearing this bill today.
Thank you for joining us. Welcome.
Morning, Chair and members. Amber Stidham with the Las Vegas Global Economic Alliance, which is also a nonprofit organization. I just want to thank Assemblymember Watts and United Way and Nevada Grant Lab for bringing this forward. We really appreciate it, and I think it goes without saying there's certainly a lot in social services, but there's a lot that's done in education, K through 12, higher education, and economic development that's also grant funded as well. So this would be very well received. So we support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Chair Flores, members of the committee, for the record, Leonardo Benavides with UNLV here in support of AB 442. We're here in support of our value partners, including United Way, and as well as Nevada Grant Labs, who was very instrumental for UNLV receiving $2.1 million in the Build Back Better grant a couple years ago. That grant was used for the UNLV Tourism Business Igniter that opened on the west side and eventually led to the Micro Business Park that just had its groundbreaking a couple weeks ago. Grant Labs is an instrumental partner of bringing federal funds to Nevada and for UNLV, and as a partner of ours, we wish to support them as well to speed up the process for nonprofits such as United Way that we partner with, as well to positively impact our community. That's why we want to thank Assemblymember Watts for bringing this forward, and happy to be here today.
Thank you for joining us. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair Flores and committee. Mo Dennis, M-O-D-E-N-I-S, here representing today Green Our Planet and Jobs for America's Graduates, both nonprofits that have worked with the state on different issues, and here in support of AB 442. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wishing to come forward in support of Assembly Bill 442? We do see somebody in Las Vegas. Welcome in Las Vegas.
Hello, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Miles Dixon, CEO and founder of Nevada Grant Lab. Just briefly ditto in response to the comments of the sponsor and our gratitude to them, as well as all of the other supporters. Thank you so much.
And thank you for joining us in Las Vegas. With that, I don't think we have anybody else in Las Vegas wishing to join us. We will go to the phone line, support testimony for, Assembly Bill 442.
If you would like to testify in support of AB 442, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Chair, you have no callers in support at this time.
Thank you. We'll stay on the phone line for opposition testimony for Assembly Bill 442.
If you would like to testify in opposition of AB 442, please press star 9 now. Chair, you have no callers in opposition at this time.
Thank you. And at this time, we'll invite those wishing to testify in the neutral position, either in Carson City or Las Vegas. Seeing no one coming forward, we will go back to the phone line for neutral testimony in Assembly Bill 442.
If you would like to testify neutral on AB 442, please press star 9 now. Chair, you have no callers neutral at this time.
Thank you. And with that, any closing remarks, Assembly Member? Saying no, we're good to go. We'll go ahead and close out the hearing on Assembly Bill 442. And next, we will move over to Assembly Member Bacchus. Do you have a preference in the order that we take these? Can we do 462 first? Understood. So next, we'll open up the hearing on Assembly Bill 462.
Well, good afternoon, Chair Flores and Senate Committee on Government Affairs. I think this session I've been very lucky. I think all my bills have come through your committee. So with that, my name is Shay Bacchus and I represent Assembly District 37. I'm happy to come before you and present Assembly Bill 462. This bill is to revise provisions relating to economic development, contains actual two parts. The first part revises existing law pertaining to inland ports, and the second part revises existing law pertaining to the teacher pipeline. Today, I am joined by Daniel Stewart of Brownstein Hyatt and Stephen Wood from the Governor's Office of Economic Development, who are available to either walk us through the bill or give further high-level comments, but we'll get to that after I do a brief overview myself. With respect to the first portion of the bill, inland ports have been identified as a significant economic opportunity for Nevada in every state plan of the Governor's Office of Economic Development since inception. Due to our proximity to both California ports, including Long Beach, Oakland, within the federal daily driving limits for delivery and return. As such, they have commissioned 2 studies about viability, best practices in other states, and potential funding structures, which is what I bring before you today. The Inland Port Authority Act passed in 2011, which is now codified in Chapter 227B of the Nevada Revised Statutes. This act showed significant foresight into the potential benefits of inland ports in our state. GOED's first state plan identified 11,000 jobs were possible across our state from these logistic clusters in just a 5-year period. Yet no one has applied to the office to formally be designated as a port authority. The truth is, although we currently allow a port authority to maintain rates and collect fees for operations and maintenance, funding for the infrastructure to establish a port may be challenging for municipalities. Locations designated as appropriate for inland ports are typically miles away from existing activity or infrastructure. That's why they're appropriate, but it makes funding and connecting the infrastructure more challenging. This bill would enable local jurisdictions to utilize an existing tool known as tax increment financing as well as bonds to finance the infrastructure necessary to establish an inland port. Inland ports received bipartisan support from the Vegas Chamber, Southern Nevada Forum, and industrial parks have been added due to the significant similarity in their use for distribution and wholesale. The second portion of the bill revises the existing teacher pipeline program that this committee heard last session. Actually, not this committee, another committee had heard this, to address teacher shortages by enabling the Clark County School District and other school districts choosing to participate to establish a workforce pipeline to help grow their teachers within and retain to future employment in their district. Given the challenges of the program not being fully implemented since the last session, work with stakeholders has been occurring since, and thus the revisions included in AB 496 to hopefully get the teacher pipeline program fully implemented. With that, Chair, I'm going to turn it over to my co-presenters. Do you want the co-presenters to go through the bill section by section, or would you like them to give highlights?
Well, I know Mr. Stewart texted me really early this morning with incredible enthusiasm about maybe possibly his last presentation.
Oh.
So I don't want to take that away from him.
Okay.
But I think we could do, if we could, on the more important section, let's do the section by section. Just to
Okay,
be-
well, I'm first because section 2 through, I think 18 pertains to the pipeline, the Port Authority. I'm gonna turn it over to Mr. Wood with the Governor's Office of Economic Development for that part, and then we'll get to Mr. Stewart for our conclusion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Stephen Wood, for the record, with the Governor's Office of Economic Development. I will just give a brief statement, and then I'm happy to walk through kind of descriptions of amendments that we did in the Assembly, and happy to answer afterwards any specific questions on the sections, if that works for you. So first, I'd like to thank Assemblymember Backus and all of the stakeholders who have worked hard to get this bill to where it is today. And the bill did pass unanimously out of the Senate, out of the Assembly yesterday. Wishful thinking. As Assemblymember Backus said, inland ports are a priority for the economic future and the economic security of the state of Nevada. They will not only offer a critical support to our efforts to diversify our economy, but they also are a key economic tool that our state is currently missing. And as we look to fill the gaps in our economy, it's important that we capitalize on the opportunity by allowing industrial parks to be co-located with inland ports, like the Assembly member said, because of their similar use, but not only for the benefit of the park and the port itself, but also to help relieve stress on our infrastructure and the motoring public. I want to thank the local jurisdictions that have worked with us. There are many, but I wanted to specifically mention the City of Fernley, Clark County, and Lyon County. There were some amendments that happened in the Assembly that I think made this bill better. The latest one, and I'll point this out because it was a concern from the local jurisdictions in the north, we did clean up language, and I think you'll find that in section 11(1)(c) of the bill to ensure that the tool that we're creating here for tax increment financing is specific to inland ports, and if an industrial park is attached to that project, it must be co-located. That was our original intent, and we cleaned up that language to make sure that it is that way. So with that, unless you want me to walk through section by section, I'll leave it there for now.
Members, I'm gonna leave it to you all. I was gonna have them do a walkthrough. I wanted to make sure that everybody had an opportunity, mostly because we put 8 bills on, and I know not everybody had the full breadth of opportunity to devote the few hours that you typically do when you're researching bills. So if you don't mind, let's just have them go through the quick sections.
Absolutely. Stephen Wood for the record again. So I'll just be covering the inland port sections, and I'll make it quick. Section 2 defines what qualifies as an industrial park under what would be the new revised law. Section 4 outlines projects that could be funded within the inland port and industrial park area using tax increment financing. That list will be very familiar to most of you, with a couple additions regarding some infrastructure that is specifically related to inland ports. Section 5 authorizes participating entities to create tax increment areas within the inland port and industrial park, and it establishes the fund for the bond payments and financing projects within the designated area in accordance with the local government securities law. Sections 6 and 20 exempt tax increment areas created under Section 5 from certain limits on ad valorem tax revenue, facilitating funding for the projects by removing the fiscal constraints. Section 7 authorizes counties or incorporated cities that have created an inland port or industrial park to issue bonds or other securities to defray project costs supported by the tax increment areas. Sections 8 through 10, 17, and 18 expand the Inland Port Authority Act to include industrial parks and industrial park authorities in addition to the inland port. Those sections also provide that the act may be known as and cited as the Inland Port and Industrial Park Authority Act. Section 9 applies newly created definitions such as industrial park to existing Inland Port Authority Act provisions. Section 12 authorizes the Office of Economic Development to initiate the creation of an inland port or industrial park and authority, subject to the Board of Economic Development's approval, expanding the initiative options. And Section 16 expands the governing board of directors for the inland port and industrial park authorities by adding a governor-appointed director if there is no participating city.
Thank you so much, Mr. Wood. Next, I'll turn it over to Mr. Stewart to walk us through the second portion of the bill.
Appreciate that. Good afternoon, Chair, members of the committee. It's good to be here. So my section begins in Section 19. And before I go through, and I'm really just going to focus on a couple of the sections in detail. Before I go through, just a little background on the bill you passed last session, Assembly Bill 428. Was a groundbreaking bill that finally started to align our K through 12 education system with higher ed, and also brought in the expertise of the other executive workforce development programs, including GOEN, DETR, and some of the local workforce development as well. And so it was to try to get everybody on the same page such that there could be a long-term approach and a long-term vision. So as our workforce development agencies see the needs for certain workforce development jobs in the future, that message gets sent down to the K through 12, where they can start setting up CTE and dual credit programs to start graduating homegrown folks that can then move forward into our higher education program. In particular, as the first group that was going to do this was for the teachers. With severe vacancies in our urban districts, and particularly in Clark County. The idea was to help homegrown our teachers and to have them come from the very communities we hope they would come back and teach in, so that we could have the diversity in the teaching force that matched the diversity of our students. And as part of that, the vision was that you go through 4 years or 2 years in high school, you complete your training, you go into higher ed, you get your degree in, and then you come back to the school system, and there would be a pot of money that was appropriated last session to help pay for last dollar expenses to make it so that you could be tuition free as to become a public school teacher here in Nevada. So that program is in place. There was some issues with implementation. Trying to get everyone together on the same page has been difficult, but with all the stakeholders, we came with this fix. And so I just want to talk a little bit about this fix. So Section 19 expands that it's not just the state treasurer, it's also the state treasurer and the Department of Education that work together to set the regulations on this. We've also expanded eligibility on who can apply for this funding, this money that was set aside. Initially, it was only for those that completed the whole program, but recognizing that some schools are taking a while to implement it and get it going, we want to make sure that students that graduated that would otherwise have participated in the program and go on to complete the remaining of the program that is in existence, they can seek to have those tuition costs reimbursed as well. Additionally, we made it clear that financial aid does not count as, if you receive financial aid, it does not count as something that would be counted against you for your reimbursement process. So that's the bulk of Section 19. Section 22 really just cleans up some of the coordination in the local school districts with how they implement these programs. Section 23, though, I think is the big section where this brings all these various agencies together by creating the Career Pathways Oversight Committee. staffed by the various workforce development and the K through 12 and NCHE, where they can get together and decide not only how to implement the teacher program, but how to coordinate this information on future workforce needs and getting it down into our K through 12 schools and on to higher ed. Lastly, I will mention in section 25, this language made it clear there was some confusion based on the last bill whether CTE or dual credit classes could qualify. This makes it clear that both of them can qualify, so the school districts have, and the individual schools will have the ability to have flexibility. And with that, happy to take any questions on the teacher pipeline.
All right, members, and thank you for walking us through that. Members, questions? We'll start off with Senator Daly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Haven't heard of this bill since 2011. That was my first session. I know Kelvin Atkinson at the time, it was an introduction by a committee, but he was working on it. So was there tax increment financing allowed under the existing inland port measure?
Stephen Wood, for the record, may I go direct? Senator, no. Currently, there is no public financing option available to an inland port authority under the statute as it exists today.
Understood, and if I can follow up on that. And I know I'm familiar, and I didn't see it in the bill, wherever we're at. Anytime we've done these types of public financing options, even for private entities and various things, we've always required, it's in several areas in the statute, that if you're receiving an incentive, and I believe I'll just do the redevelopment, 279,500, if you receive an incentive over $100,000, or they sell the land to you at less than fair market value, the requirements of NRS 338.013 to 090, prevailing wage apply to your project to the same extent as if the governing body had entered into the contract. Is that in the bill?
Stephen Wood, for the record, we'll clarify that. It is our intent. It would be essentially a local government project, right? It would be the government entity, whether it be the Port Authority working with the city or county that is doing it. So I believe that there was never an intention to get around any normal course of action there.
Understood, and that's why we have two houses, and we have a lot of different people with different things that look at the bills and various things. I don't see it in the bill, but anytime we've done that, so these are going to be private projects, someone's going to apply for the increment financing, there's going to be a district drawn, everyone's going to be put in, and then there's going to be stuff that's put forward. I know on STAR bonds, sales tax anticipated revenue, like they did at the marina in Sparks, they issued bonds in anticipation of the buildings and the rest of the stuff being built. They went in and did a bunch of infrastructure to facilitate buildings coming in, put the roundabouts, brought sewer, water in, did all of that stuff. And then that triggered the requirement as an incentive to all of the other businesses that came in and built afterwards, the Shields, the Target, everything that went in there, at least on the first phase of it, right? Were required, even though they were private entities, and they were private contracts, and they didn't have to publicly bid, they did have to follow the prevailing wage requirements and turn in the reports and all the rest of it. And I just think we need to be very clear and have that language into this bill. Oversight, looking at the sponsor of the bill, I'm sure it was an oversight.
And I'll jump in here. Shay Backus for the record. Thank you, Senator Daly, for the question. A lot of our, the bill was to update existing statute. And so I was quickly looking through 277B, and I'll look at the other provisions because it captures in there, actually some of the authority is the Board of Directors Authority is open to the open meeting laws, things like that. So I'm trying to quickly go through there, but it wasn't our intent. It looked like the folks that have been really interested, and you'll hear them speak in support, are municipalities. So with that, I'll kind of keep looking through the statute to see if there's another provision in an RS that does capture this.
Yeah, and I was looking at the the existing statute, I went backwards looking at the bill. It's not in there. And I do remember when we had this, because I asked those questions back in 2011, is there going to be this public financing? And there was a lot of discussion over that and how it was going to work. And it was an unknown. And I don't know that we hit the mark because, as you said, nobody has used it. So nothing's happened with it. I don't even know if there's an actual board that meets, right? But if we're going to go with this, and the tax increment is definitely a concern and obviously needs to be in there. The same thing with the open meeting law stuff and all that, which is a good point as well on that. So.
Stephen Wood, for the record, the open meeting law requirements, the public meeting requirements are already in place for the board to our understanding, but we will follow up with you on the prevailing wage piece. Yeah.
It's not in there in the law as it is now, and I don't see it in the bill, so we need to cover that. And I know the municipalities want that, and we're anticipating these are going to be partnered but they're not going to be direct government jobs. I mean, there's going to be some other investor that's coming in and saying, hey, I'm going to build this warehouse, I'm going to bring in this inland port type of a project with private investment partnered with the local government. So we have to put that language in there.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to Senator Neal.
Thank you, Chair. So my question is on, well, it's two parts. So it's Section 5, and we have the definition of how you are doing the boundaries related to what's in the inland port. So they're overlapping tax rates and overlapping boundaries. Talk to me about how this will be constructed, because the way that this is written in Section 5, Sub 2, if the inland port or the industrial park is created by two or more participating entities, the participating entities may enter into an interlocal undertaking, ordering of an undertaking of those boundaries that encompass all or part of the inland port or the industrial park, and the creation of the tax increment area and the tax increment account pertaining thereto. So the way I read it, you have potentially overlapping tax rates and tax boundaries, because it doesn't eliminate another TIF from being included.
Thank you, Senator. Stephen Wood, for the record. So, and forgive me if I'm not quite understanding the question, but so in the use for tax increment financing in this, it would be determined in that interlocal agreement between the governing bodies, the city and the county. So that, yes, it would be different rates that they were paying to the different jurisdictions, but they would be using the increment.
I think my issue is the boundary language, and that there is some overlap, and what does that mean? Because when I was reading Section 7, so I'm crossing them over, Section 7, Sub 3B, where it says that the participating entity may also issue GO securities other than the ones authorized by this chapter. I guess I started thinking about the financial picture of what this looks like, right? So putting what's in Section 5 and then what's in Section 7, because the general obligation securities are more than what the inland port will, I guess, secure its debt for, right? The statement says that they're also able to do other than the ones authorized by the chapter. So that's additional debt that can be, or GO that can be sucked under this. That's the way I'm reading it. And so because I'm reading the two sections together. Just talk to me about the financial layout of this. It's a cake. Lay out the cake, right? Layer 1 through 5, lay out the cake.
So Stephen Wood for the record. Thank you, Senator. So I think I understand the boundary question. And forgive me if I don't answer it fully, I will follow up with you. If it's, let's say, the Inland Port Authority, the district that's created, half of it is in the municipality, and obviously all of it is in the county. The increment for the city's portion of it would only be taken on the pieces of the property that are paying taxes inside of the boundary of that city, if that makes sense. I think I've answered, I think I understood that question there. And then as far as the bonding piece, I would also say that what we also did in the bill is to allow the Inland Port Authority to collect fees. That was not in the previous statute, to adopt a fee schedule so that they would have their own revenue inside of that Port Authority that they could then leverage against. If that's part of the piece that, yeah, okay.
It is.
Thank you.
So, follow up?
Please.
So, okay, before I ask this question, explain to me how you expect the debt to be structured, the general obligation bond that will be associated with the project.
Stephen Wood, for the record, how we had anticipated that it would be structured would be one part of that interlocal agreement with the local governments when they establish the Port Authority. And I'm sure there's someone who is much smarter than I am about local government financing here that has more detail, but also the revenues that the Port Authority itself would be generating as goods and services are moved in and out of that port, and they're collecting those fees, that they would be able to use that revenue for bonding purposes if they decided to.
So, second question, I know the answer, but I need you to answer it for me. Are general obligation bonds, or what is usually the asset that is associated with a general obligation bond, able to be changed midstream?
Stephen Wood, for the record, you're talking about the revenues that would be used to back up the bond, right? So I think so. The Port Authority would adopt a fee schedule that would then, by vote of the board that's appointed by the local jurisdictions, and in the one case, the governor, if there's no participating city. So they would adopt that fee schedule that would be public, and anyone moving goods in and out of that port would have to comply with that fee schedule.
So, I'm asking this question about the general obligation bond and the asset or revenue that is securing it, is because on section 5, page 5, line 21 through 23, a participating, well, let's just start 18 through 23. Participating entity may amend the ordinance that created the tax increment and then modify the undertaking by specifying a new undertaking or removing or modifying the undertaking. So the undertaking to me is a project. So if you're able to go in, although permissive, able to go in and then amend the project or then add or remove, there is activity in the middle of a bond issuance, yes, that is occurring. So that's what I want to understand and have you break down for me how that works when the bond has been issued and now there is a removal or a modification where, because it led me to the overlapping boundaries. And if you're gonna use these MOUs to then have a tax increment area, and then it's being created by an overlapping rates that may generate revenue, right? Then why is there an ability to remove that area from a tax increment district that may have been bonded for? I guess what I'm trying to figure out is that if you're saying, all right, we're getting ready to bond, we've stacked our cake, now you can play with this area in so many ways. And I really want to know how that affects the bond that is associated with it, right? You have this debt that is being secured, and then you can add to the area, which means could be a surplus, but then you can also remove from it. You can also modify the undertaking or the project that's associated with it. So the way I understand it, right, if you bond, you know what you're bonding for, right? There's some certainty in what you're doing it for. And so there's an expectation that when you have this payback of the bond, you know how you will get paid back and that there is a clear movement in that, right? And so that's what I really need you to break down for me, because I feel like you placed in this bill on section 6, this kind of like waterfall payment, like if the revenues come in, blah, 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 blah. But I'm like, yeah, but on the front end, you get to mess around with the project and then change the areas or interchange and remove. I just don't know how there's certainty in the debt being paid back when you can literally play around with and rearrange like a puzzle piece the project and the land.
Stephen Wood for the record. Thank you, Senator. So I think a two-part answer, and again, we will do the follow-up that I had mentioned previously, because I do think that this is language that we pulled from somewhere else in statute regarding tax increment financing. But as we look at what an inland port is in an industrial park, they do grow and change as technologies changes, as new companies come to the area and they need, a new type of infrastructure to handle the goods and services that are coming in. So I believe that section that you're talking about changing the area, as these projects sometimes do, they tend to grow and expand. Those actions, if an inland port is expanding, would actually grow the revenue that the Inland Port Authority is generating.
I get it. I understand. But help me understand, because I have another question. So typically, a tax increment also brings in the property tax rate, right? So a property tax rate is included as a revenue rate that we're going to try to figure out how to get some additional increment from. Yes? Let's say, because I'm just trying to make sure I understand. So, and if the land that is associated with that property tax rate, which then establishes the bond, and it can be removed, what does that mean for the project? Like, you gave me one answer, which means, we may have additional projects or things that are in the inland port, but the way that the structure of this is that the land itself could be removed from this created boundary. So if there's a property tax rate associated with it, what does that mean if someone decides to remove the land, which is a part of the structure of the revenue pie or the revenue cake?
Stephen Wood for the record. Thank you for that, Senator. I think, so if land were removed, again, that would be, so this section does govern how the local governments entering into the interlocal agreement to create this project, how that's governed and how they'll do it. So I believe that this, you know, obviously as these local governments are working through these projects change, as we mentioned previously. So again, this was taken from somewhere else and we will follow up with you, but I think this is the flexibility for the local governments to determine what is the best use.
So in section 7, line 39 through 44, because this references back to section 5. So this is on the geo security where I was asking before, but in a different way. So this is a different question. So you have the participating entity that may also issue general securities other than the ones authorized by the chapter that are then made payable from taxes without also making the securities payable from any net pledge revenue or tax proceeds accounted for in the tax increment account. So what is that? What are you bringing in? Because that was this. I'm trying to understand what's outside of what is already being obligated under the security, and what are the other things that are not authorized by the chapter that you will roll in. Because it looks like when you read the sentence, without also making the securities payable from any net pledge revenue or tax proceeds accounted for, it's clearly something else. And it also looks like you can take something that wasn't actually pledged to the project. I don't know if I'm reading it right. Maybe I just entered into, you know what I'm saying? I'm tired, but I really want to understand that language, because that language is excessive.
Stephen Wood, for the record, thank you for that, Senator. And I don't know if Assemblymember Backus has anything to add to this either, but this would, so it does say the participating entity. For when we're talking about participating entity in the bill, we are talking about the municipality that it's creating, the Inland Port Authority and that increment area. So I think my understanding is this would allow them, if the need arises, or if they chose to enter into other funding mechanisms in that space.
Members, any additional questions? And I know Senator Rogic, you just got back, so, you know, hopefully your questions may have been already addressed. But I don't think we have any additional questions. Thank you again for the presentation and the detailed section-by-section breakdown. With that, we'll go ahead and close out, not close out, but we'll invite you to sit back, and we'll invite those wishing to testify in support of Assembly Bill 462, either in Carson City or Las Vegas, to please come forward. Good afternoon. Whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Alejandro Rodriguez, Nevada System for Education. And she's in support of this legislation. We'd like to thank Assemblymember Backus and Mr. Stewart for working with us throughout the process and cleaning up the language. And we look forward to the way this legislation will help build up our educator workforce. Thank you so much.
Yeah, good afternoon, Senator Flores and members of the committee. For the record, Leonardo Benavides with UNLV, here in support of AB 462. This bill represents a bold, thoughtful investment in Nevada's future. We know that strong teacher pipelines don't just help schools, they lift entire communities. AB 462 expands access to higher education, creates early and meaningful opportunities for students to explore teaching, and reduces the barriers that often keep our most promising young people from entering the profession. The UNLV College of Education was proud to be the first institution in the state to embrace AB 428 from the last session. That is a precursor to this work. Because of the thoughtfulness of that bill, we quickly built viable pathways aligned with the school district needs and have already seen the results. Students from across Nevada gaining confidence, skill, and a clear path to a teaching career. Our work has touched youth from Las Vegas to rural communities and tribal lands, proving that this model works and it matters. AB 462 builds on the momentum and does it in a meaningful way tied to the economic impact of our state. We appreciate Assemblymember Backus and CCA and Mr. Dan Stewart for championing this important legislation, and we urge your support.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Erica Loveland, testifying in support of AB 462 on behalf of the Latin Chamber of Commerce, which is in strong support of both an inland port and a teacher pipeline. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Chair Flores, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Nick Schneider, Director of Government Affairs for the Vegas Chamber. We are also in strong support for AB 462. Very excited for the economic development opportunities. Both, if you recall, last year there was an intermodal line between the Port of Nevada and Fernley and Oakland, and as well as the opportunities down with projects like the Supplemental Airport in G, Nevada. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the committee. Daniel Judici for the record, GIU, DICI. I'm here today on behalf of the Mayor and Council and citizens of the City of Fernley in strong support of AB 462. Fernley is already home to Nevada's first designated inland port, recognized by both state and federal partners for its strategic location, multimodal infrastructure, and proven logistics performance. Our inland port is a key driver of economic activity in northern Nevada, sitting at the crossroads of I-80, US 50, and the Union Pacific Rail Line. We commend Assemblymember Bacchus and the stakeholders of AB 464 for recognizing the importance of inland ports and industrial parks to Nevada's long-term economic competitiveness. We support this bill's goal to formalize governance and encourage strategic investments, and look forward to aligning our ongoing efforts with the statewide framework in this legislation. Fernley is ready to lead as a model inland port and collaborate with partners across Nevada to realize the promise of this initiative. Thank you.
Excuse me. Thank you. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Chair Flores, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Matthew Sauls, representing the Nevada Trucking Association and the Nevada Manufacturers Association. The NTA and NMA support the development of inland ports to help fill a critical need in Nevada's economy. Moving goods to and from ports to manufacturers and consumers keeps our economy moving and growing. In addition, the trucking industry is one of the railroad's largest customers. As stated in the presentation, Nevada is strategically positioned to be a logistics hub due to our proximity to two of the nation's largest seaports. Nevada truckers stand ready to take this important next step. We fully support the inland port provisions of AB 462. Thank you.
And thank you.
Michael Flores on behalf of the University of Nevada, Reno. I want to thank the sponsor. The university has over 35 dual credit collegiate academy programs throughout the state, and we're grateful for this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael Sanchez. Oh, I'm kidding. That's an inside joke between us. Chair Sanchez, please continue.
Amber Stidham with the Las Vegas Global Economic Alliance. Thank you again, Chair, members of the committee. Ditto for everything that you already heard. I would just add that we also in Southern Nevada would love to be a little bit more like Fernley and have an inland port. There's a tremendous opportunity to shore up all of our supply chains and make investments for logistical hubs, and we'd love the opportunity to afford that to the residents of Southern Nevada. So we strongly encourage your support. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. Anybody else wishing to come forward? And we do see some folk in Las Vegas. We'll go to Vegas.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Emily Osterberg, and I'm here representing the Henderson Chamber of Commerce and our over 2,000 members to express our support for AB 462. Economic development is a priority for the Henderson Chamber, and this legislation represents a crucial step forward in addressing long-standing infrastructure gaps, accelerating economic recovery, and positioning Nevada as a major player in the future of freight commerce. For these reasons, we urge your support of AB 462. Thank you.
And thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Flores and committee members. Marie Nisus, President of CCEA. Thank you, Assemblymember Bacchus, for bringing this bill forward. I'm here today to express my strong support for AB 462. During the 23rd legislative session, the teacher pipeline was passed. However, implementation proved challenging. AB 462 identifies key areas that require adjustments to strengthen the effectiveness of this legislation. AB 462 will help level the playing field by addressing systemic barriers to career success and ensuring that all students have equal access to career opportunities. By supporting students, the Structured Pathways program will help address our teacher shortage. CCA is committed to supporting CCSD students. We are collaborating with CCSD Superintendent Ebert to ensure the successful implementation of the Teacher Academy College Pathway. Furthermore, CCA is investing $2 million to help offset costs for CCSD students, reinforcing our commitment to tackling the teacher shortage head-on. I urge you to support AB 462 to help build a stronger future for Nevada students. Thank you for your time.
And thank you for joining us in Las Vegas. Seeing no one else, we'll go to the phone lines for support testimony on Assembly Bill 462.
If you would like to testify in support of AB 462, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Chair, you have no callers in support at this time.
Thank you. At this time, we'll stay on the phone lines and we'll go to opposition testimony for Assembly Bill 462.
If you would like to testify in opposition of AB 462, please press star 9 now. Chair, you have no callers in opposition at this time.
Thank you. At this time, we'll invite anybody wishing to testify in opposition either in Carson City or Las Vegas to come forward. Seeing none, we'll go to neutral. Anybody in Las Vegas wishing to testify in the neutral position for Assembly Bill 462? Seeing none in Carson City or Las Vegas, we will go to the phone lines for neutral testimony. Oh, you are coming for neutral testimony? Oh, sorry. Neutral testimony, please.
Sorry, Senator Flores, I didn't catch, I missed it. Joanna Jacob, JACB on behalf of Clark County. We did work with, I want to thank Assemblymember Bacchus. We worked with her on this bill and GOED on the Assembly side. And we, in particular, worked on some amendments about the adoption of the fees in Section 17 and how to structure the projects around a airport, because there's actually a site, if this committee may recall, those of you who served on our supplement last session when we worked on our supplemental airport in southern Clark County, it's actually a great site to think about an inland port. And one of the things, and so we are neutral, supportive really, but some interesting questions today from Senator Neal on tax increment funding. So we will work with GOED and Assemblymember Bacchus on some of those issues. And we are neutral, supportive, really almost supportive on some of the amendments that we worked on, and hopefully bring it back to you. Thank you.
And thank you. We did go to the phone for neutral. We haven't gone neutral phone. Oh, we haven't, right? No, I don't think so. And I don't believe we've gone to the phone lines for neutral testimony on Assembly Bill 462.
That is correct, Chair. If you would like to testify neutral on AB 462, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue.
Hi, my name is Katrin Ivanov, Ivanoff. I am in support, but I wasn't able to, for some reasons, you guys couldn't see me that I was on the queue. So just for sake of time,
Understood.
I'll say
So we'll
zero,
switch it
but
back
I'm in
to
support.
support testimony. Please continue.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
Thank you. I think that was a good, strong diddle. We'll go back to neutral testimony for Assembly Bill 462.
If you would like to testify neutral on AB 462, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Chair, you have no callers neutral at this time.
And thank you. And with that, any closing remarks? I'm getting we're good to go, and we don't want Senator Neal to open up another chapter there for us. We'll go ahead and close out the hearing on Senate Bill 462, and we'll continue with Assemblymember Bacchus with opening the hearing of Assembly Bill 539.
Like you all, I started this day thinking I was only coming in here for Assembly Bill 539 as well. So once again, good, but I appreciate the opportunity that the community got to hear AB 462. With that, good afternoon, Chair Flores and members of the Senate Committee on Government Affairs. Once again, I am Shay Bacchus. I have the pleasure of representing Assembly District 37, and I'm happy to come before you to present Assembly Bill 539 on behalf of the Joint Interim Standing Committee on Revenue. In accordance with NRS 218E.320, the Joint Interim Standing Committee on Revenue met after the last session and this session to evaluate and review issues within its jurisdiction. At the April 29th, 2024 JISC meeting, various agencies involved in workforce development presented on various workforce development programs in the state of Nevada. From these presentations, it was highlighted that the responsibility for implementation of workforce development efforts is shared by a number of state and local government entities and private organizations. In response to the JISC chair's request, various agencies providing workforce development as to what policy could assist with their needs, presenters, among other issues, pointed out the need to target disconnected youth with workforce development programs and the challenges associated with effectively reconnecting them. And Workforce Connections presentation, the Joint Interim Standing Committee, it introduced a career development program that is used in Maryland and Mississippi, which provides career development support already from middle and high school levels on as potential models for programs for disconnected youth in Nevada. Based on these suggestions, the committee recommended to draft a bill to require the governor's Office of Workforce Innovation to pilot a career coaching program in collaboration with other agencies to support middle school and high school as students are exposed to, prepared for, and connected with career avenues within and beyond the classroom setting. After that bill draft was introduced, the bill was slightly modified. I've had the opportunity, and I thank Director Sewell. I know he's still here, was here when I got in. He helped with making this bill kind of work because when it started, it was to the extent funds were available, and that made the Assembly a little nervous, just having a bill out there that didn't have a funding revenue source or not, kind of like, how is this going to get implemented? And so we turned this over under Dieter, and also looked at ways, instead of it just being applied to every school, funding is available, how that would look. And so we added language to the bill to look at zip codes that have the highest rate of unemployment, to focus on middle schools within that community. I know this bill is short, so I won't walk the committee through, but if you want me to, I can. But the whole point is to look at a career coaching program to reach out to our middle schools, especially because our high schools have so many like CTEs and other programs that we just want to make sure middle school students are aware of. So thank you, and I'll stand for questions.
Yeah, and Assemblymember Breckes, I appreciate that. I think this one was a lot more straightforward. I think there's just a lot more technical language in the previous bill, and I know that not everybody had the full breadth of cross-verifying every section, so that's why we asked for that in the previous bill. But I think for this one, we looked pretty straightforward. Let me see if we have any questions. Members, any questions? I'm getting an enthusiastic no questions from everyone in the committee. So thank you again, Assemblymember. I invite you to sit back. And at this point, we'll invite anybody wishing to testify in support of Assembly Bill 539, either in Carson City or Las Vegas, to please come forward. Seeing none, we'll go to the phone lines. Support testimony for Assembly Bill 539.
If you would like to testify in support of AB 539, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Again, if you would like to testify in support of AB 539, please press star 9 now. Chair, you have no callers in support at this time.
And thank you. We'll stay on the phone lines. We'll go to those wishing to testify in opposition to Assembly Bill 539.
If you would like to testify in opposition of 539, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Chair, you have no callers in opposition at this time.
Thank you. And anybody wishing to testify in opposition, either in Carson City or Las Vegas? Seeing none, we'll go right back to the phone lines. Neutral testimony.
If you would like to testify neutral on AB 539, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Chair, you have no callers neutral at this time.
Thank you. And anybody wishing to testify in the neutral position, either in Carson City or Las Vegas? We see nobody in Las Vegas, but we do have somebody here in Carson City. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Chris Sewell, Director of DEETR. I want to thank Assemblymember Bacchus for working on the amendment to this bill. One of the biggest reasons why we wanted to move it from the Governor's Office of Workforce Innovation to DEETR as a whole is DEETR has much more breadth of funding mechanisms, and we can braid funding with other agencies, including the possibility of braiding funding with our rehabilitation division for getting into the middle schools and high schools. And so I think this is actually a very good opportunity. When that funding does come available, we can actually start braiding some of the funding and utilize more funding for that. So I want to thank, again, the sponsor for that. And I think it's going to actually work out very well. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wishing to come forward in the neutral testimony? Seeing none, Assemblymember Bacchus, any closing remarks? And with that, we'll go ahead and close out the hearing on Assembly Bill 539. Thank you, Assemblymember Bacchus, for your presentation and your patience in a very long day. And before we get into our last bill hearing for this afternoon, which will be Assembly Bill 540, I just want to give everybody a quick break to go to the restroom, grab some water. It is 12:52. We will be back at 1:05. We are in recess. The Senate Committee on Government Affairs will come back to order. My apologies, when I said 1:05, I meant 1:25. Legislative time is fluid. I appreciate everybody's indulgence. But we are going to go to the final item on the agenda, which is the bill presentation of Assembly Bill 540. And I appreciate, again, everyone's patience. Good afternoon and welcome.
Good afternoon, Chair Flores, members of the committee. For the record, Steve Acroth, Administrator of the Nevada Housing Division. Thank you for giving us the space to present AB 540, the Nevada Housing Access and Attainability Act, in its second reprint version. And I would be remiss here if I didn't acknowledge the efforts of Ms. Clarson in actually creating the second reprint on the other side. It's been a pleasure to work with her, and she did yeoman's work in getting us to this point. So anyway, in the second reprint version, we will be providing an overview of the various sections of the bill in what we hope will be a comprehensive, but understanding the need to balance that with time, an abbreviated version. Overall, this bill addresses many foundational issues in housing in the state and provides solutions to facilitate the development of attainable housing by increasing the supply of housing in the state for those across the affordability spectrum while reducing barriers to that same development. Today, you will hear how the Housing Division of the Department of Business and Industry will use the tools provided by the bill to facilitate the development of attainable housing, how the legislature will have oversight in that process, how attainability and affordability are defined, how we can encourage housing development in rural communities, and how the division initially views appropriations from the Nevada Attainable Housing Account. So we may be jumping around a little bit, but we will try to be our best to be clear and concise. So walking through the bill, sections 2 and 8 effectively talk about definitions. And I would like for the committee to pay particular attention to section 6, where an eligible entity is defined. Bless you. Section 6 encompasses all of our partners in the development of attainable housing, including those who have a track record of working with the division, and allows for expansion of participants who are looking to engage in solving our affordable housing issues and attainability. Section 9 establishes the Nevada Attainable Housing Account, and there will be a greater discussion about that account later in this presentation. But focusing on Section 10, it prescribes the uses of the funds. And these uses include competitive loans, grants, and rebates for the development of attainable housing, loans, grants, and rebates for the development of our traditional low-income housing tax credit properties, supportive housing assistance, rental assistance and eviction diversion programs, land acquisition, homeownership opportunities, and incentives for local governments to increase the supply of affordable and attainable housing. Oversight and processing of the account will be done in the following manner, and we'll begin with that in section 11. So the division will create what's called an allocation plan, similar to what we have now in our low-income housing tax credit program, referred to as a qualified allocation plan or a QAP. This document, which will be created and modified annually, will specify how the funds will be allocated considering a competitive process whereby the division, in concert with the Housing Attainability Council, will evaluate the experience of the applicant, the impact of the proposed housing project, the sustainability of the project, and compliance requirements. It's important to note that this will be a public process, including public workshops to gather input from housing stakeholders in the development of the plan. Oversight of the process is twofold. First, in section 14.5, the division will be reporting to the interim finance committee twice a year on the status of the fund, the impacts of the fund, and other demographic information that will help you inform you all about the fund. Secondly, in section 15, a 7-member council will be appointed to provide oversight and additional guidance for the administration and allocation of the account. 4 of those 7 members will be selected by legislative leadership.
Section 16 allows for the disclosure should there be a conflict of interest with a council member in a project. And Section 17 specifies in greater depth the responsibility of the council. Sections 19 and 20 guide the division in the event the division establishes a program for rental payment reporting to credit agencies. This provision applies to those who are renting apartments, homes, or reside in manufactured home communities, and can assist those Nevada households who are currently renting but would like to use their track record of rental payments as a source for determining credit worthiness while considering the purchase of a home. Section 22 allows the division's annual allocation to 150% of area median income, allowing the attainable fund within the allocation plan to focus on home buying opportunities in this space. As proposed, this would then establish 4 tiers of affordability: 0 to 60% of area median income, 60 to 80%, 80 to 120, and 120 to 150. All of those tiers would then be considered as attainable housing. Sections 30 and 31 prescribe methodology for the prioritization of reviewing and expediting attainable housing projects by local jurisdictions. Sections 34 and 36 allow for energy efficiency measures to be calculated into the cost of housing. Section 37 redefines the local jurisdictions can provide for incentives for attainable housing projects, not just limiting those incentives to projects at 60% AMI, which is current statute. Sections 39 through 46 amends NRS 624 of the state contractor statutes to allow for additional flexibility in rural areas for the benefit of attainable housing projects. These include reciprocity for out-of-state contractors, an expiration date of those reciprocal licenses occurring on December 31st, 2029, defines a rural area as a county whose population is less than 100,000, any city in a county whose population is less than 100,000, or a city whose population is less than 60,000 in a county whose population is greater than 100,000. In addition, there are specifications for the issuance of a provisional contractor's license to be issued. It needs to be noted, these exceptions only apply to those engaged in the construction of an attainable housing development which actually receives funding from the Nevada Attainable Housing Account. Section 47 requires the division to transfer any money that may exist that exceeds the initial allocation of the account back to the general fund. Section 50 establishes the appropriation of $133 million to the Nevada Attainable Housing Account. And in talking about the initial allocation plan in the next, in the section, I will turn it over to Christine Hess to kind of walk through that.
Good afternoon, Chair Flores, members of the committee. Christine Hess with the Nevada Housing Division. Thank you, Administrator Acroft. Section 50 establishes the appropriation of $133 million to the Nevada Attainable Housing Account. In developing the initial allocation plan, which, important to note, this will be the initial draft that's sent to the Attainable Housing Council for their guidance and input, of course. The Housing Division, again, through the work of the task force that worked the last year in developing this legislation, has envisioned $83 million to support the development of attainable housing to serve those at or below 150% of area median income, including loans, grants, or rebates. These loans, grants, or rebates will support the development also of low-income housing tax credit properties and land acquisition for the development of attainable housing. $25 million is is envisioned currently for home ownership opportunities. The division has contemplated down payment assistance, interest rate buydowns, or other financial support. Another $25 million is envisioned again for incentivizing the development of attainable housing for local governments and is also to date envisioned as a matching grant program for our local governments. And you may recall, and we had this conversation a little earlier, that financial assistance for supportive housing development and rental assistance and eviction diversion were mentioned earlier as eligible uses of the fund. Again, through the process and with other legislation that is pending in the legislature, these are still eligible uses of the fund and will allow the Attainable Housing Council some flexibilities, but currently are not envisioned to be funded in the initial allocation and initial allocation plan, as those funds reside elsewhere. The initial funding plan charts a course for the division, the council, and the establishment of the allocation plan, but we anticipate that there will be changes to the allocation plan as we begin to work the program and expend funding, evaluating the impacts to the housing ecosystem in the state and identifying underfunded needs. As previously mentioned, these decisions are not made in a vacuum, certainly not just by the Housing Division, but with consultation from the council, and those modifications to the plan, should they occur, will be provided to the legislative body. And this summarizes our presentation, and we would stand for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you walking us through it. I know there's a lot, but at the end of the day, we understand the general concepts of what we're trying to achieve. We'll start off with Senator Ellison.
It's the third time today. You're probably getting tired of this. But I do have a question. I've had calls and a lot of people that, want to get into low income, but there's still a group that's below that live in, small RVs and RV parks. Well, there's RV parks has got to the point where they're really expensive. I live in my motor home here when I stay here, and that's $1,100 a month, not counting utilities. So, but what I'm thinking about, you mentioned mobile home parks, but is that also include RV parks? Because I got people that trying to build them, but they're running into issues.
Steve Acroft for the record. The definition of an RV park is different than that of a manufactured home community or a mobile home park. So as it sits right now, that's not contemplated in this legislation.
And Senator, just so you know, your microphone is off.
I'm sorry. That falls under 1-1. Large group of RV people that is living in them in small RVs. So I thought I'd ask the question. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Members, any additional questions? We'll start off with Senator Daly.
You can't hear me? Sorry. So in section 10, when we're talking about eligible entities, I think it was, right? No, it was, sorry, section 6. Eligible entities. So eligible to receive housing from the Nevada Attainable Housing Account, which is the one that's created in, I think you said section 50 or whatever. Then you're gonna have a plan and a board and all that kind of stuff. So what type of state agencies are gonna wanna do this? Local government, nonprofit, housing authority, tribal government? What are we talking about? Housing Counseling Agency of the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development. And then I have specific questions about the private entity part, but how do you anticipate that working? What government agencies are going to be asking for dollars for this type of stuff?
Steve Acroft for the record. It's really designed to encapsulate all of those entities that really rely on our traditional programs. So just to kind of walk through, a state agency, okay, there might be a little bit of question because I don't know that we engage with a whole lot of state agencies providing them direct assistance. But maybe Christine has different thoughts about that. Local governments, certainly we do. We engage with all the local jurisdictions, county governments in providing them funds. A specific part of the attainable fund does reference potential local jurisdictions should they incentivize the development of affordable housing and attainable housing. Nonprofit organizations we work with on a daily basis in getting either rental assistance or even development. Housing authorities are great partners in this space. So whether they're going to come forward for development or any other kind of assistance, tribal governments, we've provided a couple of funding mechanisms in our LIHTC program to tribal governments just south here in Carson City, or 20 units of affordable housing that were provided to the Washoe Housing Authority, which actually cut their wait list in half. So we would love for them to be eligible for this particular fund if we can get the other half done and really solve their crisis. Housing council agencies are certified by HUD, and we work with those entities discussing homeownership opportunities, education, and things of that ilk. And then to your point, private entities, we do the
Separate question on them. We'll
okay.
wait for those.
All right.
So based on that answer, you say these are things we are already doing. That you're working with these primarily through programs that exist under the Housing Division now.
Christine Hess for the record, and thank you so much, Senator Daly, for that question. I would just, as we envision Section 6 and the Attainable Housing Fund, it's important, these are partners, traditional partners of the Housing Division across various programs. Assembly Bill 540 is truly leading edge, right? And it's not a space that the division plays in all the time today, as we consider a slightly higher area median income or potential single-family development. So in Section 6, what you see captured are really the possible entities that could come to the table that we already have existing relationships across other programs, but not wanting to be exclusive as we implement the Attainability Fund.
So I'm just trying to say that you guys have relationships with these, you have other funding sources. What are those funding sources? Now you're gonna have potentially this new tranche of money to be done. How come it doesn't fit in with what you're already doing? Why do we gotta go through all of this? Gotta have a new board, I gotta have new this, I gotta, you have a funding source now and you're doing all of these things. Now I understand you may change the tiers and that will expand absent of this. Even if you just change the tiers, you can do what you're doing with the money and the possibilities you have now. So why are we remaking the wheel?
Steve Acroft for the record. I wouldn't describe it as a remake. I would describe it as clarifying that the specific eligible entities for this fund, right? So we're kind of isolating this fund, if you will, in this particular language. So it's broad enough to get to all our stakeholders that we feel we would be able to engage with. If you don't have this for the fund to define those eligible entities, then who are we potentially giving money to, or funding money to, or loaning money to, or providing rebates to? So this really clarifies the entities that can come forward for funding from the allocation plan.
From what I understand, you already do all of these things.
Christine Hess for the record. Senator Daly, no, to be clear, we do not. We have all these activities and programs, but primarily as a housing finance agency for the state of Nevada, much like our partners, our main charge is low-income housing tax credits, right? So we are supporting affordable housing in partnership with resources that come from the federal government So through the U.S. Treasury, we have a small amount of funds through Housing and Urban Development as well that will come alongside, but all of those are federal resources targeted specifically to affordable housing and almost exclusively, a very small portion going higher, but to area median income at or below 60%. So the Attainability Fund really is leveraging the division's experience, expertise, programming across how we have normally worked with our other partners to expand into a space to meet Nevadans where they are, where there currently are no homes, right? Are the starter homes getting built? No. Townhomes, for sale condos, the housing that we all know is currently not getting built, that is the primary target. Now, in the stakeholder conversations, of course, we also know, and for those of you that sit on Interim Finance Committee, you know what an important resource the Home Means Nevada Initiative funds have been in gap financing. And those funds are gone, right? We're half spent of the $500 million. It's all been obligated, and we know it's all going to be spent, and everybody is asking the division what's next. So certainly in the Attainability Fund, a portion of that will also be used to continue to incentivize that as the gaps in those projects continue to grow. But by increasing the area median income and expanding the types of uses, we are now going to enter into space utilizing our experience and leveraging existing programs potentially, but to support Nevadans, the division's not building it or owning it, to support our Nevada partners to build and develop the housing that's not getting built for the Nevadans that currently can't find housing.
So you mentioned the Home Means Nevada measure or whatever, and that money's been allocated and been out there for a little while. So how are the rules under this different than the rules under that versus the rules for the, other than the income levels? I know those are looking to be changed different, and the federal funding is different thresholds and rules, but on application and partners and all that stuff, are we gonna have now a third set of rules for this tranche of money?
Steve Acroft for the record. So the Home Means Nevada funds specifically were guided by ARPA, SLFRF, Treasury statutes and regulations and policy. Effectively, with the use of this fund, to your point, yes, we do need to establish new rules and not regulations, but and that's what we're talking about with the allocation plan. So effectively, what we are going to do in an allocation plan is to take what already exists federally, absent AMI restrictions, and use that as a model, as a template, if you will, for determining how we develop a competitive process to allocate these funds.
We'll move to the subsection 7 there, any private entity that enters into a public-private partnership with the state or a local government to offer any of the following. So what are you envisioning there? How does that work? And we've had this discussion on other issues on, everyone uses this term public-private partnership, but it means vastly different things apparently than the way I understand what it is or the areas that I've seen it. You know, and then if they offer any of this, and this would not just be to the state, I'm assuming the state's the housing division, but it would be to local governments as well. So they're gonna offer competitive loans. So how are you doing this? Who are these developers or these private partners that are, I mean, you're gonna have banks coming and saying, we're gonna do this. They're gonna offer loans, grants, rebates to support development of attainable housing. Who are these people out there? Where are they, and why aren't they already doing this stuff on their own? If they're there, what are we doing? And why do they need us if they've got the money to do this?
Christine Hess for the record, and it's so great to be in Senate Government Affairs. Such great questions, Senator Daley. And you really get to allow us to highlight the work of the Housing Division. public-private partnerships, and so I'll speak to it from our perspective. As you said, that word gets tossed around a lot. That is what we do. When we talk about low-income housing tax credits and currently oh my gosh, we have thousands of units under construction right now. All of those are a public-private partnership. Not one of them has only public funds coming to the table. Sometimes it's a land donation from a local government. Sometimes it's the Home Means Nevada Initiative funds, it's home funds, it's Clark County Community Housing Funds, it's the Washoe County Home Consortium funds. Then let's bring in the senior debt lenders. All of the big players are playing. Citi, Bank of America, Wells Fargo, typically bigger players, not our community banks because they're typically 30, 40, $70 million projects, very large projects, coming to the table to make these low-income housing tax credits pencil, and equity investors, right? Again, what's also really important for the state, so when we're coming in, we're one layer. For example, state tax credits that may be one layer, right? Or the state administering federal funds. That's how we would consider the public-private partnerships. The amount of underwriting and scrutiny that goes into these projects allows the division to have a very healthy portfolio of affordable properties, about 35,000 right now, units. So in this, I would envision a bank to come to the table. And why aren't they doing this? This is exactly why we need the Attainable Housing Fund. It's for the housing that is not getting built. The housing division does not envision actually doing the work of private industry. What we want to do is, with this fund and in partnership with the council and as feedback to the task force that helped inform this, is to partner with private entities to help them do the deals that they're not doing. Right? So yes, I hope it is a bank. And we've had the meeting with the Bankers Association, and our community banks across the state have already sat at the table with us a couple times already. Us exploring how that partnership looks, right? How can we help you do the deals that you're not currently doing, which are building the homes that are not currently getting built for Nevadans, right? This is not a bill, this is not a fund for 3,000 square foot homes. This is a fund to really catalyze and get the housing built, more housing to have people who are in RV parks not have to live in RV parks, right? But also our essential workers and so many, our children who are caught in this space where there's just not housing that's attainable or affordable for their incomes.
And I'll just follow up a little bit here and then we'll switch to someone else, but you can come back. So maybe I'm just not understanding completely. So the public-private partnership, the way I understand it is, so you have a private partner who's saying, hey, we'll come and do this deal. Maybe you don't have the money right now, whatever, so we'll upfront some of this, but then we get to operate it, we get to maintain it, and we're gonna collect the rent, and you're gonna give us the difference to market on that. And the way this is written, it's like, well, these guys are coming to us out of the goodness of their heart, and we'll give you a competitive loan if you pay me back plus. We'll help get this started if you give me rebates back for some things that I paid for. Anyway, I'm just not quite following it. You told us earlier on the existing stuff that you guys do, basically you administer HUD funding for that. So the federal government's giving you the money, and then you're partnering with people and say, hey, you can get some of this federal money if you do some of this affordable housing and the low-income housing and various things. So isn't this basically just the same thing? We're going to have state money, and we're going to give it to private developers, potentially, if they apply and say, if the deal's good enough and you're going to give me enough money, then I'll build this low-income housing. That's the way I'm reading it and understanding it. They're not doing it out of the good in their heart.
Christine Hess, for the record, I think it's probably a combination of goodness of heart, but also because it's a business model. So this program will support the business model to be feasible, to build the housing that's not getting built. You know, again, this is going to go through and have guidance with the Attainable Housing Council, but when we're not looking to give money away primarily is it coming in as a subordinate loan, right? Blending down the interest rates. As we know, the interest rates are still pretty high. So this can come in and blend down the interest rate again to make a project feasible to build attainable housing. Developers are sitting on land that they're currently not developing because it's not the right market, or they can't get the loan from the bank. So how are we coming in? Or are we helping them to provide low-cost financing to take down that land that they'll then pay us back for, but now they can hold it, package their product, build their product, and offer it to Nevadans for sale at an attainable price that they currently can't do just for today's market for various reasons. Those are just some of the examples. Is it that there's money put in as collateral into a bank as a deposit to, again, allow the bank to do the deal and move the project forward? So the housing division is a housing finance agency. We have standard templates. As Administrator Acroft noticed, these are programs we do. We also work with every project and all of the partners at the table to get the project to the finish line.
Well, maybe subsection 7 there is just written awkwardly, or it can be read both ways. And then I'll let someone else ask questions for a minute, Mr. Chair. But, so I read it, any private entity that enters into a public-private partnership with a state or local government to offer any of the following. So who's offering any of the following? Is it the public-private partner, or is it the state or local government's gonna offer competitive loans, grants, rebates to support? You can read that either way. Who's supposed to be making the offer? It's not the public-private partnership, it's the state or the government, local government is giving something to these private developers so that their stuff can pencil. Now, I understand what you're saying on loan rates and various things. So who's supposed to be offering who to what to who? The way I read that language, I can read it either way. And then I'll let someone else ask.
Steve Acroft, for the record, as we envision this, and as we look to it, what we, and this is the way it sort of works with our current qualified allocation plan. So again, going back to the templated version of what we do now, okay? The division will be offering these funds, okay, so the state will be offering these funds for the development of attainable housing. Now, in order to receive those funds, you need, as we envision it, to apply to demonstrate what population you're gonna serve, what impact you're gonna make as a private entity into the space to accept or be awarded, is a better word, that funding from the Housing Attainability Fund. So I hope I answered your question.
Yes, the language is less clear, your answer on the record.
Okay, thank you.
Perfect.
Sometimes I get something right, you know?
Next, we'll go to Vice Chair Ornshaw.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I appreciate what the intent of the bill is. I know certainly, I think for our colleagues from Northern Nevada and rural Nevada, we've seen homelessness get worse. But for those of us from Southern Nevada, I don't think I've ever seen so many of our brothers and sisters unhoused as now. So I appreciate the intent of the bill. My question has to go to section 29, page 26, at line 7, where we're defining tier 4 affordable housing. I see in chapter 278, tiers 1, 2, and 3 affordable housing are defined. So I wonder if you could just kind of walk the committee through kind of, you know, who's qualifying for the tier 1 through 3 that are in statute now, who you hope to be able to help with this new definition of tier 4, and then Chair will indulge me with a follow-up. Thank you.
Christine Hess for the record. Thank you so much, Senator, for the question. And really, I love definitions, and I know we've had that conversation in this committee before. But I think it's especially important for you all as policymakers, for us as an agency that is administering programs and delivering for Nevadans, to have this new tier formally designed or formally designated that currently does not exist is particularly important as we consider especially for sale housing that is not getting built, right? So homes for sale that are not getting built but affordable, that those who earn between 120 to 150% of area median income in their geographic location cannot afford a mortgage here in Northern Nevada, for example, on a $600,000 or $650,000 home. So by adding this tier to 1, 2, and 3, so 1, 2, and 3 would be our traditional tier where the housing division spends most of its time. Housing that is affordable to below 60% of area median income. We spend most of our time there because that's where our resources come in and tell us that we can spend our time. Not because it's necessarily the greatest need, which it is the greatest need, and particularly when we go below 30% area median income, it's where we find our Nevadans struggling to maintain their homes. 60 to 80% of area median income is a designation that we can also do a little of, and some of our affordable housing developers are doing more work in there through income averaging. Starts to get technical. Happy to go into that a little bit more. 80% of area median income is really a place where we start to see home ownership as a possible reality, meaning that you can maintain your mortgage, maintain your home, and have that opportunity moving forward. So typically 80% of area median income is where you'll start to see some homeownership programs come into play, whether it's down payment assistance, potentially. Again, not a space where we do a lot, but we certainly do some in the 80 to 120% of area median income. The new tier really expands that, and again, this fund is hitting an area where we all know Nevadans, when you're out and about speaking to your constituents, we have the low income, which right now the Home Means Nevada came in, and with our federal funding partners, we did a lot of amazing work and are doing a lot of amazing work for Nevadans. But there is a population in Nevada that is currently not served and currently in need for housing. And that's what this new tier will allow the division and you, again, as policymakers, to track and evaluate the progress and the need.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Chair, a brief follow-up. This new tier in section 29, does this work with federal law and guidelines in terms of that funding being able to support folks in this 120%, but not more than 150% of the median monthly gross income? Or is this something where Nevada will be, charting new territory, or is this already something provided for in terms of federal funding for aid?
Christine Hess for the record. Thank you so much, Senator, again for that question. I would say that currently there are not a lot of federal resources coming forward for this tier. However, you can see, for example, there's an existing congressional act, and of course it's escaping me as I sit here at the table, but the tier level that it's going up to is 140% of area median income, right? So should that come through, and it's a program that I believe is offering tax incentives, it's, again, in Congress, we'll see where that goes. But
Eligible for federal funding through your division? Will it just be tiers 1, 2, and 3, assuming that act doesn't make it? I'm not trying to be negative, but just, we don't know what'll happen in Washington.
Christine Hess for the record, and no, we certainly don't know what will happen in Washington. I would say that this definition would not attract existing federal resources for housing that I currently know of, that the division currently knows of. However, this missing middle housing, attainable housing, is a conversation nationwide. So while this is leading edge in Nevada and leading edge in our country, this act, there's a couple other states doing some similar activities here, but only a few. But it's a conversation that we are having when we're speaking with our national partners, because everybody is talking not just about low-income housing, but housing that's missing and attainable housing.
Indulgence, Chair, then just assuming, this passes, but the Congressional Act doesn't pass, then any funding for Tier 4 affordable housing will have to be through the general fund or through the state. No federal funds would qualify for that.
Christine has, for the record, to our knowledge at this time, yes.
Thank you. And Chair, with your indulgence, I wondered, looking down, same page 26, section 30, there's a discussion, 30 sub A at line 29. Each governing body of a county or city shall enact by ordinance an expedited process for the consideration and approval of projects for attainable housing in the county or city as applicable. And then it goes into the expedited process. And then over on page 27, it's on section 31. That's at line 6. It says that the reviewing agency is not able to use the expedited process. So I just wondered if you could describe what you view as the expedited process being. Will there still be an opportunity for the public to, comment and participate, or does this mean that this will go to ahead of maybe commercial applications or other type of zoning applications? And then I also wonder if you could comment on section 31, page 27, is what reviewing agency, what would be the circumstances where they're not able to use the expedited process? So I wonder if you could just give us a little more information about what you view the expedited process being. Will the public still have the opportunity to participate? I just wonder if you could talk about that.
Sure, thank you. Steve Acroth, Administrator of the Nevada Housing Division. Thank you for the question. So again, this is an envision. Some of our local jurisdiction partners are already doing this. So to your point, does it go to the front of the line in the zoning process if they need to change zoning for affordable housing? Are they going to reduce fees? Whatever that might look like in their approval of a housing project. All of those processes and many more potentially could be considered expedited and advanced for the development. Now, that's done not through the state, that is done at the local level through planning commission meetings and all that sort of stuff. So to answer the question about public process, I believe either if they're going to establish new rules, they have to do that, or it's already in their ordinances, statutes, whatever it might be. So I think what you're talking about is on page 27 in section 31, gives the ability for that local jurisdiction to talk about how they can do it differently if they don't have those processes established. That's my understanding of section 31.
Thank you very much. And Chair, with your indulgence, one follow-up. The expedite in section 30 on page 26, the expedited process kind of gives us some broad guidelines, but doesn't have a lot of specificity. If this passes, do you foresee regulations in the NAC that would try to tell each, whether it's a planning commission or a zoning board or board of county commissioners, city council, what that expedited process needs to have? Or do you think any of the blanks are going to be filled in? Because it kind of gives us the generalities, but not a lot of specifics.
Steve Acroth, for the record. That could be, I'm not saying it will be, but that could be a component of the allocation plan as we make the competitive process.
Thank you very much. And Chair, I'm good for now. I may have a few other questions later, but thank you. Thank you for the presenters.
Next, we'll go to Senator Neal.
Thank you, Chair. So I have questions on section 10, but it's combined, right? So let's take section 10 and then section 50.5. So just to try to get some stuff on the record. So in section 10, we have the list of eligible uses. My first question is on section 10, line 38, which is the reimbursement of the local governments for waiving or deferring the payment of fees or taxes, right? So what has not been made clear is what are the taxes that will be waived? And then what is that cost for the amount, or what you have estimated to be the amount that could be waived that you would be reimbursing for local government? First part of the question are the taxes that you envision to be waived by the local government. And then the second part is your estimate on the amount that would be reimbursed for that waiver.
Christine Hess for the record. I had a brain block there for a second. Thank you so much, Senator, for the question. So this language here really takes to another level and supports our local governments to meet their communities where they are from the 2019 Senate Bill 103 that was passed, that was enabling legislation for local governments to waive or defer taxes and fees. So the Housing Division certainly doesn't envision telling the local governments what to do. And in fact, many of our local jurisdictions have already taken that action themselves. They are limited currently by statute to the area median income so that it's low income. I believe it's 60% of area median income at this time. So this would allow them to, again, meet their community needs. Senate Bill 103 does define, I believe it's also building fees, sewer fees, for example. But again, this is going to be the local jurisdiction developing a plan, adopting a plan for the fees and taxes that they would waive. What I would speak to as a good example, and we've heard the city of Reno, they were the first local government to adopt this, the sewer deferring fees, and I believe even some building fees. But regardless, they were the first local government to take action after SB 103 passed in the 2019 session. I believe since they've taken action and adopted, the fees and taxes that they've either waived or deferred have been actually critical to low-income housing tax credit projects getting done, but for that being a piece of the funding source. So since they've enacted it, I believe I'd like to say it's around 12 million in fees that they've waived, somewhere around there. So thinking about that over multiple projects, sometimes as I've watched them come through council, they've been about maybe 1.2 million total in one session that's coming across 3 different projects. So the amounts will vary. Again, the Attainable Housing Fund has always envisioned, other than rental assistance, a leveraging of other resources. So the 25 million in section 50.5, that would then be available to local governments who've said, hey, we've done per Assembly Bill 540, we've waived and deferred taxes, we have this program, we've got this housing built, we spent $2 million ourselves, Housing Division, we'd like to have a match of that. Is that helpful?
It is helpful, and I'm glad you brought up 103, because we did hear that. That was the housing authorities being able to go into public-private partnership. We had an extensive hearing on that, where those public-private partnerships would not be subject to open meeting law. So that's probably a conversation for another day. But what I wanted to know on 39 was, line 39 and section 10 was, did that include property tax? Because this is open-ended. It doesn't reference 103. But if there was a property tax that was waived, because it says basically reimbursing the local government for something that they may waive. And so we also have some land provision language in this bill. Is property tax on the table or not? That's the best. Is it eligible to be waived?
Steve Acroft for the record. We've not seen it. The only place where property tax gets waived currently is in our tax credit projects, Section 42 LIHTC projects, typically. But to your point, as I read this, yes, they could potentially come forward with a proposal if they were going to waive the taxes on a particular project. And again, that would have to be designed through the allocation plan with the council and establishing exactly what fees and taxes could potentially be waived.
Thank you for that. And then I had a different question because I was, writing my notes. So when, so it's a different question on taxes, not on property tax. But when I was looking up, LIHTC and when local governments engage in, I guess, development, it could be housing, typically they do tax exempt bonds, right? So that made me ask the question, right, if the project is probably eligible or they're using tax exempt bonds, then what is really, really, truly being waived, right? And that we're reimbursing, right? Because if the bond that they're issuing is tax exempt, meaning they're not pushing that cost onto a private entity per se.
Christine Hess for the record. Thank you again, Senator, for the question. So this section here would not contemplate tax exempt bonds.
Okay.
And the tax exempt bonds that we're utilizing for low-income housing tax credit projects is part of the private activity bond volume cap that we receive through the Treasury.
Yeah, I had that as another question, but I thought maybe I was like out there in the universe because I was thinking, all right, if the local governments already have their private activity money, right? And they use that to then help a project go forward. So you guys will allocate a certain amount of money and they say, well, we're going to do X, Y, and Z. Then it really came to then what is the cost that the state is subsidizing when it comes to the local government in that case?
Christine Hess for the record. The volume cap is not their money. We would not consider that a contribution that would be matched. Thank you.
All right. So then on the eligible uses, which then ties it to section 50.5 and then section 10. So I'm taking them together because there's a list of uses. So just to get this on the record, number of residents to be served, what do you have estimated?
Christine Hess for the record. So in the original work with there was a task force, I don't believe we referenced it here in the beginning, but a task force has worked on this for the last 12 months, a large task force across various stakeholders. These funds were always meant to be leveraged. The only funds that would not be matched were rental assistance, which in fact is now no longer part of the bill. In the original version that came out, it was $200 million, and the division actually working with an economist and again with the task force, it was imagined that 16,000 households, so not just individuals, right, households, so more than one person, but 16,000 households could be impacted by the attainable fund. As I look at it now, we've come down. We've also removed the funding from certain sections, eviction, diversion, and rental assistance, supportive housing development fund. So if I were to provide you an estimate right now, which I have here, I would say it's around 5,000 from the 16,000. And that's probably primarily the difference there would be the rental assistance and eviction diversion.
So eviction diversion is still, you're saying still in the bill?
As an eligible use, Christine Hess for the record. As an eligible use, eviction diversion is still a part of the fund. However, the initial allocation plan will not include eviction diversion funding because Assembly Bill 475 has $21 million for eviction diversion in it. So that was a conversation that was had on the Assembly side. Should those funds live in the Attainable Housing Fund? And those funds, like the Supportive Housing Development Fund in Assembly Bill 366 that was heard in committee this morning, has $21 million. With Assembly Bill 366, there's $21 million for eviction, diversion, and rental assistance. Again, the Housing Division recommended, as we were thinking about the amended language, to maintain it as an eligible use, because the attainable fund in partnership with the council can then pivot if necessary for potential uses, potential eligible entities, depending on our state's needs.
So in the second reprint that we have right now, on line D, where it says programs for rental assistance and eviction diversion should be deleted because there's a companion piece of legislation?
Christine Hess for the record. It's an eligible use. They're simply not envisioned at this time when the division prepares the initial allocation plan. It's not envisioned that there will be funding for eviction diversion, although it's an eligible use of the fund, because there's currently eligible funds in another piece of legislation.
Got it. Well, that helps because I was gonna ask you what would be the cost per eviction assistance? Because that's a number, right? And the local governments have engaged in, in COVID, eviction assistance, and, not everyone was served. So, there was a larger question on backlog that may already exist that you're walking into and who would be newly served, and then the cost. And so, since you guys have worked that out in 475, AB 475, it's like a moot question. So, I have to ask about, so in terms of the, I guess still in section 10, when we talk about, you're standing this program up, what do you believe will be the estimated cost to create these incentives per your potential eligible entities, right? So there should be a cost associated with the incentive. So you have incentives that you can do for a local government, but it's not just limited to a local government. It looks like the private entity may also be eligible, but if it's just the local government, when we talk about the incentives, what's the estimated cost of whatever this incentive is? Because it's not really clear, like, what's the category of incentives that we're giving to the local government through a general fund? That makes sense?
Yeah, I'll give it a shot. Steve Acroth, Administrator of the Nevada Housing Division for the record. So, going back just to the local government, because that's already defined as receiving an allocation, an initial allocation, so let's work there, of 25 million. We envision that as a one-to-one match. So basically, again, using the city of Reno as an example, if they came to us and said, hey, we waived $1 million on this particular project or this particular incentive, whatever it is, and it passes muster, if you will, then we would provide $1 million in subsequent funding.
And then I noticed from first reprint to second reprint, section 21 was deleted, which was the infrastructure bank. Can we talk about why that was eliminated? Or, because my understanding was supposed to be around for additional money, but it's not there anymore.
Ryan Cherry, Chief of Staff, Governor Joe Lombardo, to you, Senator Neal. That money, we are contemplating an amendment to the CIP to send that money to a different fund within the Division of Housing that would follow the same structural guidance and guidelines with that underneath an SAD. As we are building the concept for that, that's been removed and will be moved through a separate process within the CIP bill. If we get an agreement on that amendment, that has been stripped because it's being considered through another vehicle.
Thank you for that. Can I have a follow-up? So okay. So CIP is gonna go into the CIP, SA, can you do the acronyms for us? SA?
So it's a special assessment district or a special improvement district, yes.
All right. So you're going to put the infrastructure, how will that work in the special improvement district, the infrastructure bank money? So infrastructure bank bonds, and then we're gonna have a special improvement district that we're gonna create from that bond money. How much money in this fiscal amendment for CIP, how much money?
Ryan Cherry for the record. So I want to be clear that this is a conceptual process. We do not have agreement in this concept right now. So as we have this conversation, it is it's still being finalized. But we are looking at bringing $50 million from general obligation bonds into a new account that would be established for the Attainable Housing Infrastructure Fund within the Division of Housing. That fund would be supported similarly through money, or as money is spent through the infrastructure bank, in that only eligible projects that can apply for those funds are in special improvement districts or special assessment districts that receive revenue back from the folks living within it greater than 85% of the folks. How do I frame that? 85% of those assessed values have to come from the residential infrastructure that is supported within the SID.
Basically, you assess fees to the district and then they pay you back as, so where is this contemplated to exist?
We have to open up the chapter Ryan Cherry for the record. We would have to open up chapter 349, I believe, to allow for the bonds to be allocated to the infrastructure fund first. Then we would create a special account within the Division of Housing that would allow for those funds to be allocated to it. They would follow a similar allocation plan to the Attainable Housing Project, our fund itself, and would be a process would be put in place where you could apply for those funds. They would be developed through regulation and underneath the allocation plan.
So can we have to, this is kind of like, I'll give you an example and then we kind of work through it. So let's say it's 103, right? So we're bringing up other bills. So it's Reno Housing Authority then says they're in a public-private partnership to create 50 homes, right? They then create a special improvement district around the creation of those 50 homes. They go in, they purchase the land, they say there's gonna be 50 homes here and it's an SID. And so they're then charging fees for, because there's no sidewalks, it's just vacant land, so no sidewalks, no infrastructure. So the houses that are built, there's a fee that then is assessed to those properties, is paid back over 20 years. What additionally can that infrastructure money pay for out in that example? What else could it be used for? Because clearly there's some upfront cash, right, that has to be used in order to have the return back on a special improvement. That's the whole point of doing it, right? It's a tool so that you get the money back.
Christine Hess for the record. So I think what's important to consider is, and it's not unlike you've heard the Housing Division previously speak, there is not one tool or one resource that makes projects happen, right? So these are all going to happen in concert, most likely in concert with each other. There might be instances where, in fact, I just need one tool, but that's rare in our space. And as we consider this housing that's not getting built, it would be rare for that to happen. So yes, we would envision in your example that a special improvement district is set up so that it can support the ability to, for the local jurisdiction to bond for the infrastructure for that district. And then upon project completion and as those homes are sold, those assessments are placed on those individual homes. With the concept, and so I would envision that in the example, let's say that the Reno Housing Authority is an applicant for the Attainable Housing Fund, right? They're partnering with the lender. These aren't going to be low-income housing tax credit projects, but they want to give their residents the next step, right? But they can't make it pencil. So they partner with the Attainable Housing Fund to receive below market rate interest and or maybe to help take down the land and hold it at a low interest, maybe even no interest, because that's how it makes it feasible until they can build the homes, right? We're just imagining this happening. So when we think about this Attainable Housing Infrastructure Fund for this SID/SAD, it can come in and help relieve some of that burden and relieve potentially some of the needs of the municipal bonds, and come in and allow the end product will be an attainable home, whereas right now, when we see SIDs and SADs, usually they're not attainable. They're not affordable to those area median incomes just because the costs are so high. But it is really the critical mechanism in which we are going to scale housing solutions, right? In our world, we scale them through 4% tax credits and bonds. In the Attainable Housing Fund, that will allow for some scaled solutions to come to the table. Additionally, so the homeowner is going to see it in two places. They're likely going to see reduced assessments, right? And also an attainable price. So we have, is then a more affordable mortgage for the 30-year mortgage. So we have this benefit. All of those things would be spelled out, would be lined out in an allocation plan and worked with partners, again, through a public process and workshop. So I think using your example, that's
a good, I'm glad you put that on the record because, and I'm also glad you put on the public process, because in 103, that was one of the heavier questions that I had, was that if it was a housing authority, and maybe there needs to be some kind of amendment, if it was a public-private partnership, it was not subject to open meeting law, but it should be. In the scenario that has been described, if this layered cake of housing development that we're doing, right, which has now special improvement district, it has general fund money, it has infrastructure bond money potentially, that should all be public to open meeting law where everybody can see the allocation plan in its layers. And I think that because there's these intersecting bills, we need to make sure that all processes are under the open meeting law. Especially if 103 intersects, and I believe we already voted on it, but since this is an open bill, to go back in and mess with that chapter on the open meeting law and public-private partnership, that has to happen. And I think I'll stop there because I believe Senator Daley has an intersecting question here.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator Neal. So following up on some of that stuff, and I'm not sure Senator Neal was asking, and I have some understandings on special improvement districts and special assessment districts and how narrow or wide that may be, and generally those are local government issues. They're not the housing authority or the state. So as I recall, the first draft of the bill, when we were talking about the special improvement districts, you were trying to create exemptions and various things. So are we still in this other avenue trying to get around or have an exemption to, at least on the infrastructure part of it, exemptions from, various things there. So I'm just trying to follow that, and I have some follow-up questions on how special improvement districts work.
Ryan Cherry for the record, and I think I need to go back and restate it as what is envisioned going through the Attainable Housing Infrastructure Trust is actually an upfront support of the infrastructure that will be built in an SID that would reduce the amount of bonding that had to be done over time. So you have an initial potential reduction that's passed on to the home for that first portion of it, and then they can bond against that. And it also provides them savings as they lowers their escrow payments on the assessments that are used to repay that over time. So that's what we're envisioning here, is trying to give a way to bring down the cost of a home upfront by supporting that infrastructure in the district with money from the Attainable Housing Infrastructure Fund. It wouldn't impose on the special improvement district or special assessment district structure that is already in place through the counties. So all it does is would reduce the amount of funds that are required to be placed into municipal bonding over time, SADs or SIDs, to provide a short-term impact on the cost of those homes and a long-term through the escrow repayment process and the fees that are assessed on those homeowners, special improvement or special assessment districts.
The special improvement district or assessment district, whichever it is, are created by local entities, and they are gonna be entering into that with who? Usually, you have a special assessment district. I'm envisioning the ones that they've done like downtown, where there's a group of properties that want some improvement. The city or county, whoever may or may not want to do that, they'll say, we'll do it, and they do the work. And then they pay themselves back through the assessment, but not citywide, just the people within that district that are actually gonna benefit from that. So in a obtainable housing, low-income housing type scenario, that seems very focused. You're not, so it's just that one little piece of development that's going to get an assessment.
Special improvement districts and special assessment districts for the reasons that they're created.
So those are gonna be the normal way you do a special assessment or special improvement district. It's the local government that's gonna assess this fee, and they're gonna do the work. Is that the way you're envisioning that they're gonna do this work? I'm
Christine has
thinking, you're
for the-
thinking that it's gonna be a private person doing this work and then getting a loan back, and I'm not seeing how all that works.
Christine Hess, for the record, there's no change in how special improvement districts and special assessment districts are currently done. That's not contemplated or proposed.
So whoever the local government is gonna build that infrastructure. So what are you guys considering or defining as infrastructure? Or what would be defined as infrastructure?
Christine Hess, for the record, and here you're going to see I play in one sandbox, and that's the sandbox next to me for special improvement and special assessment districts. I would say they're defined as they're defined for the special improvement districts and special assessment districts in those chapters. We're not looking to define them separately.
Ryan Cherry, for the record, Senator Daly. I think what you are asking is if we draw a boundary around an attainable housing development that has 85% of the folks within it that are paying the assessment back to the municipality, our understanding is that within those neighborhoods, the developer is the one who's responsible for the infrastructure pieces and components within that. Underneath the SAD, they provide the municipal bonding for it to pay for that project, but they do all that development, and that's the infrastructure that we are contemplating in it, not anything that leads up to the outside of the community or anything outside of this special assessment district. This would be specific for the neighborhood itself in which they are developing the community that will include the attainable housing underneath NRS 271 currently, and the projects that are outlined therein.
Maybe I'll have to get with some of the local government people on what it is we're talking about, because we see developers come in and they're gonna put in a subdivision. They're not creating a special assessment district for that 90% of the time. They're in fact paying impact fees to take care of that stuff, and however all the rest of that goes, right? So the special improvement or special assessment district, and I've read through it before, not as recently as all that. They have a whole list of things that the city, and they're talking about the local governments can do. And then they're gonna say, well, we're gonna assess the other people in this area to make these improvements, or a special project, whatever it is they're gonna do. And all the people that are drawn within that district are assessment, and then they do the improvement. They bid it as a public work, they, do all the stuff as if it's just a financing mechanism for that. So what I was saying, when you guys are talking about this, you're gonna have this very narrow little, you're not gonna try to capture the whole neighborhood or 20 other properties around that aren't gonna benefit from this low-income housing. So you have one little footprint, right? And the city is now going to enter in an agreement with them to have an assessment to pay for the infrastructure, and the city is still gonna build that, right? So they're gonna build the street, they're gonna build the sidewalk, they're gonna bring the sewer water in. What are you looking as far as what you're saying the infrastructure is? Generally, is it gonna be the common areas? Is it gonna be the parking lot for whatever this project is? And a lot of times you don't see those things split out. If I'm the developer, I'm saying, hey, here's my project, here's my footprint. I'm gonna build 100 apartments. And it's gonna be, some tier of housing, right? I'm not splitting out the infrastructure and say, oh, no, that's separate. Just give me an assessment over 30 years and you go build that part. I've never seen that happen. So I'm just wondering how you're contemplating this to actually work.
Christine Hess for the record. I think the exciting part is it'll be part of a plan that's worked through and to be implementable. So I think the division works with partners to make sure that the program can be implemented. When you say what infrastructure, for me, it's the infrastructure directly associated with that SID, SAD, and that attainable housing project.
So I think it was somebody else, I mentioned this earlier, if you're familiar with STAR bonds on sales tax anticipated revenue. And people that have been instituted that, then they sell bonds and anticipated of future revenue coming in after the development. They sell bonds and then they build the infrastructure, the Sparks Marina, if you're familiar with that. City went in, they built all the roads, they did the roundabouts, they brought in gas, sewer, all of that type, created developable lots ready to go. And then private investors came in and then built the other, the rest of the building and that. But for that incentive that was I'm seeing this as a similar type situation. We have a special improvement district, assessment district, that's gonna then, getting this finance that the city can get, we're gonna get paid back, but we're providing this incentive. And I'm curious to get the rest of the details on how that is actually gonna work on a developer. And I know you're saying all these layers, but what I don't wanna see happen is the original bill had, well, we just have to be excluded from any requirements to actually have people maybe be able to afford to live in, the housing that they might be building. That we're not gonna just move it to another section and try to create the same type of a thing. And the way I've seen the special assessment districts go and be done is that either it's directly done by the agency or the city or the county or whoever it is that's creating the district, who has authority to create the district, they're the only ones. Or they're partnering with that person and that creates an incentive for the rest of them, which then would trigger prevailing wage for the whole thing.
Ryan Cherry for the record. The intention of this entire project and having conversations with the stakeholders involved in this process is that when we access the SAD, SID model, that they will be prevailing. That commitment has been made by the governor. We've been working in the interim between the first hearing and that. So yes, in utilizing a special assessment district or a special improvement district, those prevailing wage rates will be paid on this. So all we're looking at is to try to find a way to bring down those infrastructure costs on there on the front end and allow those reductions in the escrow piece with this pilot program or this envisionment of the infrastructure, attainable housing infrastructure fund, to bring down those immediate costs and kind of build out some stuff so we can provide those attainable housing pieces.
And understood, and thank you for that piece of it. Still follow up after we get done here. There's a couple more questions than that, and I'll follow up with some of the local governments on their input on that side of it if I can. One other question, if I can, following up on what Senator Orshall was asking in section 30, sub B, where we were talking about a governing body shall enact an ordinance. It seems a little odd to me that they're gonna have to put in their ordinance they develop, unless they develop a whole bunch of different ones for each project, where they have to put in their ordinance incentives for the development of the projects of attainable housing in the county. It seems to me those incentives are gonna vary case by case. And either that, they're gonna have to do an ordinance for every single one. So I don't know if you have any comments on that, or if you're gonna make them do a lot of different ordinances.
Steve Acroft for the record. Thank you. It actually currently exists in a lot of cases. So I don't think that ordinance process will be too onerous for the local jurisdictions. And actually, it may incentivize, right, those jurisdictions that don't have these processes currently to establish those.
Put in incentives?
Steve Acroft, again, for the record.
I mean, if they don't have resources to offer, we're gonna, not charge you your hookup fees for sewers, but they can't afford that, then.
That's correct. There's, if I'm not mistaken, there's some exceptions, as was pointed out by Senator Orenshaw, that they can go through. But from the standpoint of effectively what you're saying, we envision it as a match. If they don't have the funds to initially do it, okay, that process probably won't be addressed.
Thank you.
And we'll go back to Senator Neal.
Thank you, Chair. My questions are at the back of the bill. I think these are still in here, section 41 through 48. I'm just gonna take it all at once. So I believe these are the provisions where business and industry, a couple of things, they get to waive license fees, waive fingerprint fees, waive any cost or expenses associated with the contractor board, waive any fees for suspension of licenses. So it's all in those sections. So I know this was related to the critical shortage piece, but the first question I had on this is probably for Mr. Cherry, is that when I was reading this over about the delegated power to the B&I director to declare a shortage of workforce, my first question was, why are we delegating that power to the B&I administrator, right? Typically, that's not a power that an administrator would have to go out and declare there's a shortage in workforce, therefore we're gonna waive all of these laws. That is something that is either a legislative power, could also be a governor power. So I wasn't clear on, number one, why we would delegate that power. Do you know, like, why that was even contemplated or believed?
Ryan Cherry for the record. We contemplated multiple versions of this. What we were trying to do is make sure that we could do this in a manner in which the housing division and business and industry could work in the most efficient and effective way with the information that we had. It was initially contemplated that the governor could make that declaration as well, but we're trying to find, just the way that's necessary to streamline these processes, as this is seen to be a short-term process moving forward. It's not implicated to work in perpetuity, but over a short period of time in the near future.
So there's nothing in the bill that it sunsets that power either, right? So it just legislatively, right? Being in this building for 14 years, you don't delegate something away because when you try to get it back, typically there's now a whole new conversation. I mean, you should also see things in the terms of, when we talk about emergency powers, an administrator typically doesn't have emergency powers, nor would they have a power where they then declare a shortage of workforce and then have the regulatory power to then waive all of these different statutes, right? Something for you to consider for future reference on whether or not that is a power you would like to delegate away from the governor, or you could kindly give that power right on back to the legislature. That'd be awesome too. So I just wondered about that, and I also wondered, when we talk about, because there was language in here that if the person, I believe, like, if their license ceased to exist, or if they got into some kind of trouble, then they could also, reinstate that license after it was suspended, waive the fees. There wasn't anything in here that allowed some additional questions on why was your license suspended in the first place? And it also expands to folks that are not in this state, right? So I believe it included, contractors that could be in DC that came over and we were seeking them. And so we were trying to give them a pathway to then help us with this declaration of the shortage. But, we've had huge conversations about folks that have been, debarred, and now all of a sudden, because of a shortage, we're opening the door to, say, all right, I know your license was suspended, but you're good, come in and work. Why would we do that?
Ryan Cherry for the record. Senator Neal, I do, before we answer your question, I just want to draw your attention to page 43, lines 34 and 35. That includes the sunset limitation on the powers of the director and the contents of sections 39 and 46 of the bill for the implementation of the reciprocity in the rural areas.
So 2029.
Yep, the three. Ryan Cherry for the record, that's correct.
So 4 years from now, all that power would go away. I guess if you're comfortable with delegating that power to an administrator from the governor's purview and privilege, I guess it's up for the legislature to think through those delegations and whether or not that is appropriate, or even if it is sunsetted for 4 years. It just struck me as odd, but hey, this is the world we're in. So can we talk about the suspension pieces? Because I just lumped them all together because they kind of repeat for section 41 through 48. So just, because they all of these sections dealt with these different provisions. And so I just put them as A, B, C, and D because it's kind of like very similar powers, but it just in different areas. So you're saying it's just for 4 years. He should be able to go ahead and waive someone's license that was suspended, waive fees for a suspended license, and then put them to work just because it's in a rural area, not really determining why that license was suspended.
Ryan Cherry for the record, I haven't contemplated the section in the way that you are reading this. So this is something that I would like to look through and work through with you as we look through it. But the intent of this section is for those counties that have the pop cap below the 100,000, that we are bringing contractors that are licensed in other areas to the rural areas, allowing them to provide those services that may not be being met by contractors from more urban areas state currently, to ensure that we can try and move projects in a timely manner and address the shortfall that we have right now in rural Nevada.
And then my final question, because this is a merging of some existing language as well. It's the assignee language that I believe, let me go back. It's in section 24. So when I was reading this, right, I was reading it not just blue language, but in totality of existing law and where we're inserting new provisions. And I think it opened a door of questions for me because although the existing statute allowed for some powers to exist, I looked at it through the lens of now general fund is a part of a deal, right? So that's helpful. So when I started to think, so if the assignee fails to provide attainable housing, which is affordable housing, and then we're triggering, what are we triggering here? Are we triggering contract rights that may be associated with the state? Because if the state money is somehow in the cake, the layered cake of money, what are the rights of the legislature over that assignee or the state? And these were just outward questions that I was trying to figure out because it just kind of opened the door for, if the state is providing money, what are our rights in this bill over these transactions?
Christine Hess for the record. Senator, as I look at section 24, for example, that you referenced, and you'll see this language across a couple sections, but the language that the bill is inserting in AB 540 is really, I think, as I understand it from the work of the task force, an acknowledgement of the fact that these are state funds and making sure that those entities that are doing this work we're evaluating their community impacts, right? I'll sum it up briefly in those ways.
Okay, because I was, I went in looking at 244.
Community commitment, excuse me.
I went in looking at 244, 270, like just going into the statute to just break it down, like, well, what are the powers that really we're talking about in 244? And there's some other, there's some other capacities within that statute and where we're inserting what the commissioners have the power to do. And that's why I was, just thinking about that and just thinking through a couple of positions. Because it seemed like in this process, when we look at existing like statutory provisions in 244, and we're saying that, the county commission, if they enter into a deal, these are already existing law, like things that they can do. And now what does that mean? Because typically we have not subsidized the local government to do housing. And so I always look at stuff through the lens of the power that is being shifted, what does the legislature get to keep or maintain when their money is involved. Does that make sense? So I filter it that way. Like if the general fund is involved, then what should the state have a say in and what should they have a right over? That we're now saying, well, the county commission will just decide or a city will decide, and we just gave the money away. So I'll just stop there because I don't like delegating power away. I also don't like stripping things away from the state, and because I'm always thinking I want oversight. I want it to come to IFC. I want either some kind of protections for the state, or I actually don't want to subsidize local governments. That's probably my main problem. So I'll just stop there.
I know her line of questioning did open up for another question right in the same area for Senator Daley.
And unrelated to some of the other questions that I had, it's just a technical point. Maybe you knew about it, maybe you didn't, maybe we'll give you some. So in section 39, where it says the board, meaning the contractor's board, shall issue a contractor's license by endorsement to an applicant who, number A, submits to the board proof of a contractual agreement to perform work on an obtainable housing project in a rural area for which a contractor's license is required. Of course, then if you go to NRS 624.3015, sub 4, it's reason for disciplinary action. If you knowingly enter into a contract with a contractor, well, that contractor is not licensed. So they can't bring you a contract to show they're going to be doing this if they don't already have a license. So the proof you're asking for is a violation of the law. Just a technicality you may not have been aware of. I don't know how you get around it, but nevertheless.
And next we'll go to Vice Chair Orenshaw.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I'm looking at pages 28 and 29 of the bill. It's section 34, section 35, section 36. There's language that repeats about the costs. The first time it appears is on page 28, section 34, lines 24 through 26. It's section 34, sub 2, sub B. The costs of housing for household determined pursuant to paragraph B of subsection 1 may be offset by the cost savings to the household of energy efficiency measures. And that repeats the next couple of sections. So I just wonder if you could explain that. And that's for the tier 1, the tier 3, tier 2 affordable housing. I don't know if it appears for tier 4 or not for that new definition. I just wonder if you could explain how that works. Is these energy efficiency measures, are they going to be for new homes or will they be for older homes as well? I just wonder if you could kind of explain what that is and how that would work. Thank you.
Christine Hess for the record, and thank you, Senator, for that question. And I'm glad you saw that. So I'll just summarize the intent of that language, and how the language comes out is how it's intended is to allow for households to essentially have energy savings, right, that they might be having, have that be a consideration in their income, right? So let's say you're saving $50 a month. Now your household income would be offset by that savings. You would have an added $50 a month consideration of your income to qualify potentially for a mortgage, right? So it's really, the intent was to capture and set people up for success and recognize those savings that they're having.
Thank you. Brief follow-up, Chair.
Please.
So, and I like, that sounds really good. I guess the question I have is, if someone then is in a house where there are energy efficiency measures, could it throw them into a different tier, that change in income, or is that just meant for mortgage qualification?
Christine Hess for the record, and that was my question too, Senator. So we had the same question. The intent here is certainly not to price out low-income tenants. The intent here is for those qualifying for mortgages.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Members, any additional questions? I think I will just ask some broader questions. I really appreciate Senator Neal, Daley, and Orenshaw really getting into the weeds of some of the more technical questions. It was important, so I appreciate that. So I guess just going back, Section 6, we're talking about eligible entity. So I guess the first question is, and I know Vice Chair already spoke to this a little bit, but I just wanted to flesh it out again on how, for example, developers, my understanding is in this space, we don't have a lot of players, right? There's some folks that are very savvy when we're talking about affordable housing, attainable housing, being comfortable with playing with whatever the federal government has out there, and now we're going to be putting something else on the table. What's the educational component going to look like on bringing in new players to the space? Now, not to minimize who's already in the space, But what do we envision that looking like so we can attract more folk into this space?
Steve Acroft, for the record. So I'm gonna bifurcate it a little bit, if that's all right. And the first thing that I'm gonna look at is what we're now currently doing in low-income housing tax credits, because that's very, very important, and it is a component potentially of the bill. So Nevada, and I'll go back to the Home Means Nevada funds, because we had 13 LIHTC projects that utilized Home Means Nevada funds as gap financing. We were probably one of the few states that actually provided that through ARPA SLFRF. So, and we were of the greatest scale per capita in the country. So that allowed a lot of developments to get done. Well, they're not done yet, they're in construction, relative to what has been done on a national level. So that did attract other players to this space. We've got national developers, syndicators, folks who kind of overlook Nevada. Now, that's a double-edged sword to a certain extent, because they have to learn our processes, and they have to learn our QAP, and they have to learn how we do business and all that sort of good stuff. But it did provide avenues to bring other folks to the table. We envision, because we've not had, so now coming out of the LIHTC space into the space where we want homes to be developed, single-family homes, to those at 80%, 100%, 120% of AMI to be available. A space that's been indicated previously that the division has not engaged in. We've had the conversations with the builders. We've had the conversations with the bankers. We don't know, quite honestly, who's going to come to the table to do this. But I believe it provides a better avenue for those participants. We may see, as was given an example, the Reno Housing Authority come forward to develop homes, because they've contemplated this, and we've had discussions, and quite honestly, it hasn't really developed as any of us thought it would, and a lot of that has to do with the economy and rising interest rates and all that kind of good stuff. So the ecosystem hasn't been great for developing that in the previous iterations. But potentially with funds coming forward to do such activities, we anticipate those type of entities coming forward, along with developers who might be mission-driven, who are looking to get into this space and to serve a population currently that is being missed by those in the development space.
And so now we have the eligible entity, and then we go into the next phase. There's a proposal that's going to be put on the table. There's certain triggers, criteria that we need in there, and then it's submitted to the housing division. The housing division now takes it in, and now let's say we have 5 candidates, 5 developers, or 5X mixture between of the people that came into the space. And then I see that you have, I think sections 10 and 11 here kind of talk about how we're going to have these prioritized, right? Leveraging public-private funding, projects on government-owned land, projects in areas with high demand, et cetera. What I didn't see, and I think you just said it a second ago, which is frightening, because part of the DNA of the American dream is you're going to have your home, right? And it's kind of what we that's something that's still very true here. So I don't see any percentages of saying, out of these 133 mil, we're going to prioritize single-family homes, or we're going to prioritize projects based on an emphasis of single-family homes versus apartments. And I get that one of these, some of these priorities here are looking at demand, housing gaps. And so I don't want to minimize that. You might say, look, there's a huge demand there, and apartment complexes that achieves that best. But I'm trying to weigh that and counter it with what we're hearing from our constituents every day, which is we can't buy a home. And so I'm just concerned that, and I'm sure you've thought about this, and maybe you could walk me methodically through how the process went there, and you realize we can't put a threshold of a requirement that we're going to prioritize single-family homes over apartments because of this and that. You know, maybe you could just walk me a little bit through that process.
Ryan Cherry, Chief of Staff, Governor Joe Lombardo, through to you, Senator Flores, Chair Flores. We contemplated the same thing. This is a concern from the governor's office. As we looked at this to build this missing middle attainable housing piece of the project, we recognize that one of the best ways for an individual to generate their own wealth and to come up is to own this starter home. And so this is why we really pushed through the last year as we developed this process. The same questions came through. How do we get to the development of those single-family homes and also address the needs of the differing communities throughout the state who may want to participate in this, because this is a statewide initiative. And so that allocation plan is really where that will be fleshed out and delivered. In the process, if we wanted to leave it up to the divisions, we could say, all right now our goal is this, but also recognize as we move forward to the future that our goals may shift. We may hit those goals in certain areas of single-family homes and then need to adjust it to prioritize other areas. So we didn't want to put it into statute, but then leave it up to that regulatory process in the Division of Housing to identify what's best used in those for the period of time and the economy that we are living in currently.
And anytime we suggest any new language, it is terrifying because it is Friday and we have a Monday deadline. But I am curious to know if there's language in there that just as a guide almost, maybe indicating certain triggers. If we are in this scenario, we want to maybe prioritize single-family home projects to multi-family kind of, we're having that type of conversation and not minimizing multifamily, but just maybe pushing, because I'm just really scared that we're going in this pathway to address the issue of housing. We're not going to allow humans to own properties anymore, right? And if we continue kind of down that pipeline, so now we're going into, so now the proposal's there, we're prioritizing projects. Now we kind of move into the section of we're going to award it. Talk to me a little bit about the transparency on that. Now I know that there's certain requirements. A grantee is required to submit certain data, and as the project is moving along, there's some requirements to the housing division. But where is the transparency to us? And I don't believe there's anything in here that says when any of that 133 mil has been allocated in any one direction. Now, I suppose that the housing division can do that and put something like a forward-facing type of portal. But I'm just curious if is that something that's being contemplated, that it was already discussed, and we're like, yeah, we kind of, the housing division already has an arm that does that? Please.
Christine Hess for the record. I think currently with the housing division and across various programs, you see it in a few different fashions. You see it with the Board of Finance, right? If you tune into a Board of Finance meeting, if you go on the website for the Board of Finance now, you'll see our memo that outlines the underwriting we do for all the applications. It'll talk about who the investors are, who the lenders are, what sources and uses of funds. High level, but typically enough to give you the information that you're wanting. In the case of the Attainable Housing Fund, what you'll see is the reporting of the division to the Interim Finance Committee, right? So that was actually just an oversight in the original version of the bill, because we love to come to Interim Finance Committee. We do, actually. It's fun for the division. The special ones get a little bit like, holy smokes, we were just there 2 weeks ago, but.
I want to remind you, there's a little sign there that says you can't lie to us.
No, we do. We have fun in our office. But I think that language there with the oversight for the Interim Finance Committee is critical, right? Is critical. And to your point, and to Chief Cherry's emphasis, for sale homes was really the impetus of this initiative. And how it's reflected, and you can't see it there because you didn't see the first iteration, or here I have, as I think about the 83 million, but where you will see it in even the initial allocation plan will be the focus of funds towards that for sale home bucket. Right, so that, I think the funding in and of itself and the amount of funding that's going towards that will show you, Christine has for the record if I didn't say it, will show you, Chair, that prioritization.
And then if we continue kind of in the process, now we have the project, it's grantees starting to send information back, we're moving back and forth between IFC. Talk to me about a conflict. So IFC identifies an issue. Can you walk me through how we see that playing out? Money's been given out already. IFC identifies the issue. How would that just kind of play out, that scenario?
Christine Hess for the record, some of my favorite conversations. We are innovative and solutions oriented at the division, but we are also very mindful of compliance and our funding sources, eligible uses. In fact, everything is reimbursement based, right? So we are, projects, when they come to us for funding, they are seeking reimbursement, and we go through with a fine-tooth comb on the compliance side and then the fiscal side before we're making payment. And it, of course, doesn't mean when you have a project that is a 70 million project that there can't be an oversight. Again, the layers of compliance and oversight are already happening internal. Should it reach you that you discover at interim finance committee a mistake, the division would just handle that as it would normally. So if it's a compliance challenge, whether there was a tenant, that wasn't qualified, again, those are things that we're also reviewing on a regular basis with our compliance team and deputy of compliance. But should there be a funding challenge, our agreements serve as the protection for the state. Right, so in our agreements, the subrecipients are on the hook if it's not an eligible use, if that's of some comfort to you in how the division handles its funding.
Yes, and I don't have the privilege of sitting in IFC, and so I imagine my colleagues who do probably have a better understanding. This is more for my personal understanding. And then I guess I want to hit the broad bucket at the end of this. Now the project's been, the money's been allocated. We now have hopefully 100 single-family homes. And what's the education mechanism there for the family, the single mom, the parent that's struggling? How do they know that this project is now there, how it works? What is the benefit that particular attainable housing project proposes to you? Is it in different languages? I'm just curious to know how the people on the other side who are going to benefit from it, how do they find out about it?
Steve Acroft for the record. So selfishly, we envisioned potential homeowners using our or Nevada Rural's homeownership programs. They have a homeowner or homebuyer education component to them, so that the division or the potential resident will learn about the responsibilities of homeownership, how it differs from rental housing, all of that sort of stuff. We also, in that program, work with lenders who ensure that their credit to debt ratios are correct, will actually potentially help them clean up credit and get to that point. So I can speak to it from the division's end. Private sector would do that also if they just went through private lending issuances. I think you brought up an interesting point, and I think it had to do more with marketing, if you will. And we certainly market our program. Nevada Rural markets their program, and there are other entities that provide down payment assistance, and there's bills being contemplated about interest rate buy downs, and potentially that's a component of all this too, right? We really haven't talked that much about that in this particular bill. So it's an interesting question because we would probably, and again, I'm thinking out loud here at a table in front of a dais, but that could be a component of how we do the allocation plan for developers, a question to say, how are you going to market this to the community? That's a very good point, so thank you.
And I think we would, and again, I know it's something that maybe the council could propose, and I understand that they're going to be there as well, but I think it would just give us a lot more comfort when we're going into this space that we're capturing the humans that we're trying to help, that we're capturing the type of project that Nevada deserves, and that we're all collaboratively kind of setting the geofence, right, of what we're trying to do here. And then the only other question that I wanted to ask about is, how do you see the relationship with the council working alongside of the housing division? Ultimately, they have no power, right? They're just kind of there, and I don't want to minimize them. Let me be careful with my words here. You know, maybe one of my colleagues will end up sitting on there, and then they're saying, "Well, you said it doesn't do anything." But I do want to be, you know, I do want to see what that relationship looks like. How do you envision that relationship looking like? They're meeting how often? How are those meetings? Are you reporting data constantly? I'm just curious to know what that relationship will look like.
Steve Across for the record. So obviously they'd be probably heavily involved in the formation of and approval of the initial allocation plan, which we envision being revised on an annual basis. So probably quite a bit of work up front. I envision that we would provide them a template with what we think is potentially going to work, not unlike what you see here, you know, just in a bill. And then very similar to what you see here, where we would get input from them, and then it has to go through a public hearing process that's specified in here. So again, public notification and things of that ilk. Once that's established, probably a degree of less frequency of meeting. Now, we would meet at least 12 months hence, or 9 months hence, to develop the next year's allocation plan, or to say this is working or this is not working, or to get input from IFC. You know, what you guys are failing in this particular space, or you're succeeding in this particular space. Can we make that, can we change that? Can we amend that? Can we do some different things there? And I think if we heard that, or if we saw things that weren't working, we would probably have, just like you guys have interim IFCs, we would probably have an interim meeting of that particular council to say, hey, can we address this and potentially do a revision? And we don't have to revise the whole thing, but potentially just amend a certain component, right, of that allocation plan. That's why not having this in regulation gives us the ability to pivot very quickly to do so. So those are my initial thoughts as we go through this.
Christine Hess for the record. The frequency is not contemplated in legislation, which does give the Attainable Council, which will include private sector individuals as well, the ability to help direct the division in terms of their desires for frequency. But it does require that they will review and comment on the progress reports. I love this part. I'm kind of nerdy. I love the reports that we produce are really helpful. The annual housing progress report that captures what local governments are doing in their communities shows they choose from a cafeteria list of items on how they are advancing affordable housing. Additionally, the reporting requirement of Assembly Bill 213 in the last session, that's another report that they will be reviewing and providing comments on an annual basis. So I think that is one component there. Additionally, the Housing Division is working hard, and this committee knows that databases, dashboards, and communicating our results in a manner, whether it's through charts, tables, data, accepting the questions and making sure we respond with the data that you're looking for are certainly a priority there.
And thank you for that. And I think that did open the door for a couple additional questions. So I'm going to start off with Senator Ellison, and then I'm going to move to Senator Neal.
What you have is a living document, and it's a moving document that you're going to prepare, because this is something you're just getting into. But I can tell you there was a guy that did the same thing you're doing right now. He built about 250 homes. They were all low income. They didn't have to have a deposit to get into. The ad valorem taxes went on to the payments, and the payments were low. These people still living in these houses. And so when he got done building all them, he moved to Vegas, started building them houses. And he did really well, and the people loved him. They could afford them. And I mean, they were only probably 2,500 square foot, but they had the option to have a finished basement, and instead of the carport was closed in, but you could turn it into a garage if you wanted to. So it had great things on there, but this document here is one of the best things we could do right now for everybody. Because I tell you what, if we don't get people in some of these houses, it's going to get worse. And right now we got a chance to do something good. And I'm hearing all these questions, but I see this happening all over the state, where these contractors are doing the developments, and they're doing it and getting it done. But the thing of it is Nevada's opening the door for this. And I don't care if you're a Republican, a Democrat, or independent, or what. Nevada is doing right now is open the door to let this thing happen. And we can't let this go away. And right now, you guys got a living document in front of you, and it's going to change and grow as we go. But I still think it's a great idea. And like I said, I've seen the contractors do this. And I worked on some of them houses. And they got them up. They built the projects. Then what they did was they had the city took over the streets, the sidewalks, and that kind of stuff at that point in time when they turned it over. And then whoever it was that carried the note was either the state or the federal government, and the title company held the deeds. And it was a good deal for everybody. So, yeah, I mean, what you're doing is you got the foot in the door. You just need to open it. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, I'm getting a headache.
It's all good. It is never a full hearing without Senator Ellison tying in one of his Elko colleagues for sure. So we appreciate it.
Well, we already got it invented. We just need to make it shine.
I'm going to put it on the universe. This is the future mayor of Elko.
No.
But Senator Neal does have a follow-up, please.
So, question on page 18, and it is lines 12 and 13. So in this section, we have the flood control facility, which references 244-276. So under that, it allows the county to sell exchange land, which allows them to vacate, change, adjust an alley, street, or thoroughfare, or an area that's near a flood control facility without compliance to NRS 244.281. So NRS 244.281 provides a limitation, and it also provides notice provisions. And so this comes under, the real property sold. So are we going to be building homes where the county will be allowed to basically build near a flood control area? And then there's also, the thoroughfare and area piece of that. This is a digging in the weeds question, because you had to go from one statute to a second statute in order to really understand the context of 4B on line 12 and 13.
Steve Acroth for the record. I think this just is a modification of the NRS from a language standpoint in moving, as used in this section, the cross out of flood, and then attainable housing is put in. But to answer the broader question, obviously, we would have to abide by any local building code standards. So I can't imagine anything being built in a flood zone. And I can't, I don't know how you would get insurance or any of that sort of stuff,
I
so.
get it, but that provision opens up that door, the way that section 23, I think, I'm gonna be facetious here, might actually be 12 pages in and of itself. It's a really long section, but under this, it's before approving the sale or lease of property owned by the county. You then have these factors, and it looked like, as used in this section, attainable housing has the meaning, flood control facility has the meaning. And so it wasn't listed as, it just said if a real property is sold or leased. And then it has the flood control piece here, but it seemed to just open the door for this exchange of land, because that's what the power is under 244-276. But I just, this is just me getting in the weeds. And then my final question is section 37. This goes back to probably how I started my questioning. If you look at line 34, it says the governing body, basically the beginning of 278-235, is talking about the governing body being able to include in their master plan this attainable housing language. And then on A, it allows them to reduce, subsidize, or reimburse for impact fees. So for eligible entities, are we going to be reimbursing for impact fees? Because they get the chance to submit to the state, this is what it costs me to do this deal, right? Are we reimbursing? Because that's an insertion of new language. So is that now impact fees are, because we just had a whole conversation on impact fees and new development, like all in the same day. Is this now a reimbursement that they can put towards the state under that 25 million and say, give me this money back?
Christine Hess for the record. Thank you for the question. I'll give you my first blush, and then if we can get back to you on it. I think ultimately the goal would be to allow the local governments to work as it makes sense in their communities. And again, when we were thinking about the attainable fund and the matching fund for the local governments, it was a match. So if they're working to incentivize the developments to get done, they're putting in funds as well before they come to the state to request that match. But we can get back to you on that, Senator Neal.
While you're doing that, can you also, on page 17, this was section 24, and I noticed the resyndication of attainable housing throughout, I think it wasn't just this section, but it was another section where the developer who has obtained the additional federal low-income housing tax credit as defined in NRS 360 or alternative financing for rehab can also resyndicate affordable, attainable housing, which I had to look that up. Looks like it's the ability to bring together smaller parcels in order to make a larger project. And I mean, housing is your world, but resyndication is that what that is?
Steve Across for the record. Basically, what we're talking about, because it's repeated in a few different places there, they can provide this information to the local jurisdictions. So when a project has been resyndicated, that means it's basically kicked back up its affordability period. So the affordability period of a low-income tax credit project is 30 years. They might re-syndicate it at year 20, as an example, because the place needs rehabilitation, it needs to be freshened up, and quite honestly, that's what we call preservation, right? Preservation of affordable housing. So after 20 years, they've now signed up for an additional 30. So that's what it's talking about there. So not just when they talk about what they've done regarding employees and the number of households they've established and where they've received not just new development funding, but also re-syndication funding, demonstrating the commitment to the community.
Okay, and then, but their ability to continually seek reimbursement is up to the amount that's allocated, but it doesn't have a sunset. So like if they, like, cause immediately when you said preservation and like, that might have a 20-year term, like in my mind, I thought about like how Carry Arms had like a 50 years on it, right? And let's say they wanted to extend that another 10 years. And then it was gonna cost them a certain amount to maintain it. That's not an eligible expense, even if they got help from the state, right? To continue to maintain or refurbish or rehab that property? Is it? I don't know. I'm just asking.
Steve Acroft, for the record, if they came through a re-syndication process,
Yeah.
the developer potentially could, because we're already doing gap financing in those spaces, potentially could be eligible for additional funds through this process. But I will also tell you that they would be then have the affordability period of another 30 years.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Chair.
Please. Ryan Cherry for the record. As I'm reading this section, I just want to go back and clarify that it looks like the references to re-syndication in this piece are the information that sets forth their qualifications for qualifying for these sections. If you go up to, like on page 21, line 16, it's a description of any previous project for which they're doing that calls into case that re-syndication or that. So it's showing that they've acted in good faith in the past and proving that they can qualify for the projects that we're putting forth from the state at this point.
I had asked because it's in multiple sections. The re-syndication is throughout multiple sections, and so it was a word that I hadn't, understood or was really trying to figure out what it meant. But I appreciate the answers. Thank you.
And Senator Neal opened up a question, looking at page 29, section 37. That reimbursement language that you placed there, was that there from the original draft of the bill? Or was that, do you know if you added that at a later time? It's in the original draft? So quick question, only because we had a bill passed through this committee that specifically dealt with impact fees. Suppose a local government has been waiving impact fees for years, and they now have, they have X amount of money that they've waived. Would they be eligible to apply and say, we've waived impact fees, here are the projects, it falls under the definition of attainable housing under what we were trying to do, could we be reimbursed for that? So it's not a forward-facing project, it's a project that's already been allocated, it's something that they've already done. Would they be able to go back in time and say, we've done it, it meets all the criteria, and be considered?
Steve Acroft for the record. So I'm going to go to the very end part where it talks about when the bill is effective. And I think that would be the start date for this. So if it's effective upon passage and approval, so again, to forward facing. So That's the way I envision it, and that could actually be spec'd out in the allocation plan also.
I just want to make sure that in no scenario, and I think Ms. Clarkson can jump in and clarify for me.
Record, this is Heidi Clarkson with the Legal Division of the Legislative Council Bureau. Unless legislation specifically says otherwise, legislation has a prospective effect, not a retroactive effect. Generally, if the legislature wanted some provision or some bill to apply retroactively, we would put that in the bill itself. And I would also point out that the provisions of Section 37 that amend 278-235 relate to the governing body of a city or a county adopting certain measures. They are required under existing law to adopt at least 6 measures. Those measures are listed in 278-235. There is authority for them to already have adopted a measure to reduce or subsidize impact fees. That would be the local government subsidizing or reducing impact fees. This provision in Section 37 does is also allow the cities or counties to adopt as one of their measures related to affordable housing in their master plan to reduce, subsidize, or reimburse. So that language in Section 37 contemplates the local government doing the reimbursement of the impact fees, not the state.
Thank you very much, Ms. Clarkson, for that clarification. And then that was just important that we ensure that we are talking about future projects, because ultimately that's what we're trying to address. And that's what
Timeframe in terms of applying, getting awarded, getting their financing in place, construction, and the homeowner moves in type of conversation?
When are you going to finish these projects?
Oh.
Very simple. When will they be built? So,
Christine Hess, for the record, not soon enough. I don't know, Steve, if you want to go over the timeline.
I still have my mic on.
Yes.
Steve Haycroft for the record. Thank you for the question. So I can answer it from the standpoint of what we currently do in our multifamily construction. So taking a look at multifamily construction, and a lot of work gets done previous to them even coming before the division. So once they get approved, once they submit an application to the division, it gets approved at Board of Finance. It's about a 18-month to 36-month, I would say, window when those projects are now open and available for residency. Single-family home construction, where we're not necessarily dealing with some of the overlays that you see in the tax credit program, we anticipate seeing that done quicker. What we've been told by the builders is basically, once they start moving dirt, they are having folks move in a 1 to 2 year time frame. And so going back to some of the funding that we're talking about, potentially as construction loans, buying down construction loans so we can reduce the cost to the developer, and then that gets passed on to the consumer. That's what we expect to revolve in about a 24 to 36 month time period.
And we'll close out the line of questioning with our Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the presenters for your indulgence. Assuming this bill passes in this form or in another form, what percentage of these projects do you think will lead to folks who own their own homes versus folks who don't own? I just wonder if you could elaborate on that.
Christine Hess, for the record. Thank you so much, Vice Chair Orenshaw and committee members, for the questions and your time and attention. I think again, if I lean into the allocation plan and if we take a look at Section 50.5, to Senator Chair Flores's point, right, the construction and development of 83 million, that conversation is focused on home ownership, certainly a carve-out for low-income housing tax credit projects as well, as they have gap financing needs. But the conversations of the committee were around home ownership. So that will be prioritized, you'll see, in that fashion. The other important note is, at this point, remember, and again, just the initial allocation plan, because we value the Attainable Housing Council and their input, but would be that 25 million of that is for home ownership, right? And getting people into homes. As we look at it, I would say between 750 to, 1,500 new homeowners, right? Not just individual maybe, but households getting into homes. It really depends on how that program looks. And as we testified, we've contemplated, is it interest rate buydowns, down payment assistance, however that looks. So there's really a couple moving targets to focus on that home ownership component. And certainly, as Chief Cherry indicated, it's, was the impetus to this Attainability Act. And so the prioritization of the initiative will be there.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you, Chair.
And thank you very much. I promise that was us trying to keep it really short. It's deadline, but it was an important conversation to have. And thank you all for being prepared for all our questions. With that, I'd like to invite you to sit back. And at this time, I'd like to invite anybody wishing to testify in support of Assembly Bill 540, if you could please come forward. We'll start. Is there somebody in Las Vegas? If there's just one individual in Las Vegas, we'll start in Las Vegas and then we'll make our way back to Carson City. Oh, we got two folk. Yeah, we'll go with Las Vegas and then whoever wishes to go first, and then we'll come back.
All right, thank you, Chair Flores and members of the committee. My name is Eric Cardona, ERICCARDONA, and I'm here with the Henderson Chamber of Commerce and our over 2,000 members, the majority of who are small businesses in Southern Nevada, to express our strong support for AB 540, which seeks to address the critical need for attainable housing in Nevada. As our state continues to experience rapid growth and increasing housing costs, it is imperative that we implement policies that ensure all Nevadans, particularly the working class families, have access to safe and affordable housing options. This legislation takes a significant step in that direction by establishing the Nevada Attainable Housing Account and providing much-needed funding for housing development and assistance programs. Besides that, there's so many things in the bill that you guys all discussed, and again, we just want to thank you for your time and hope you support the bill. Thank you.
And thank you for joining us. Welcome.
Thank you. In an effort to move things along, good afternoon, Chair Flores and members of the committee. My name is David Behar, for the record. I'm the current executive officer for the Nevada State Contractors Board, and I'm also here today to offer my support of AB 540. This legislation moves to implement licensure by endorsement, and in some instances, even provisional licensing, with respect to a very important issue, particularly in our rural housing areas. Our board looks forward to working with members of the administration and others in support of this measure, and we're also happy to answer any questions if anybody were to have any. Thank you very much.
And thank you. I don't think we have any questions for you. We'll move back to Las Vegas. Whoever wishes to go first.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the committee. Nick Ciccone representing the City of Reno. In January and in the prior session, the City of Reno had ordered me to prioritize affordable housing. We worked on Senate Bill 51, which has a similar provision that would have replenished the cost of local governments waiving those fees. So you can imagine my surprise and elation to see that in the governor's housing bill. We are in full support of this. I did want to go on the record to say that we have never waived an impact fee. We've been waiving sewer connection fees and building permit fees. Christine was right when she had said that we had waived $12 million, and that has resulted in about 2,100 units, or helping finance about 2,100 units, and about 800 of those have already been built in our leasing. But thank you very much for your time, and we urge you to support the bill.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Chair Flores, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Taylor Avery, and I'm the Manager of Political Affairs for the Vegas Chamber. The Vegas Chamber supports AB 540 because factors including the lack of access to federal land for development, inflation, cost of materials, regulatory processes, and financing have added to the challenges preventing the building of enough housing units. It is the Vegas Chamber's belief that this bill will help address those challenges. Nevada has not been able to keep up with the construction of new housing, especially in areas experiencing high growth. We'd like to thank the governor and his staff for bringing the bill, and we urge the committee support. Thank you.
And thank you for joining us. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair and Committee. For the record, my name is Wendy Colborn, Chief of Staff for the Building and Construction Trades Council of Northern Nevada. We were previously in opposition to this bill, but we have worked extensively with the stakeholders, and we are comfortable with it as it is now currently amended, and we are proud to support the bill. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. Welcome.
Greg Esposito, representing the Nevada State Pipe Trades. I apologize I don't have a tie on, but it's 90 degrees out, and that's not healthy. When a person, whether it be a young person out of high school or a person out of the military, when they join a trade, start going through an apprenticeship, the promise of home ownership is one of the benefits. You start learning a trade, learning a career, and recently that promise of home ownership has gotten out of reach, even for people who graduate as journeymen and are making a very, very good living wage. The market conditions have really affected our ability to pursue that dream. And so this bill goes a long way towards creating a market where people who are earning a wage, but just not quite there to where they can purchase a home in today's market, can get there. So I appreciate the bill's sponsor. I appreciate the work that's been done on the amendments, and I hope that you support the bill. Thank you.
And thank you for joining us. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Maurice Page, and on behalf of the Nevada Housing Coalition, we express support for Assembly Bill 540. As a state, Nevada ranks second in the nation for cost burden renters and fifth for cost burden homeowners. 540 offers a rare opportunity to create targeted solutions for this overlooked segment of our housing market. And AB 540 strengthens Nevada's housing infrastructure and helps build a healthier, more inclusive housing market that serves all Nevadans, from those experiencing homelessness to the middle-income families who make our communities thrive. Thank you very much.
And thank you for joining us. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Chair Flores, Vice Chair Ornshaw, members of the committee. For the record, my name's Kelly McNeil, Executive Director for the Nevada League of Cities. AB 540 expedites housing development by streamlining regulations and supporting both urban and rural communities. This bill ensures that working families and individuals have access to affordable housing. It's a critical step forward, strengthening Nevada's housing infrastructure and economic stability. For these reasons, we support AB 540. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. Harrison Bohn, Harrison Bohn from Berenstein on behalf of Ovation Development in support of AB 540. We want to thank the Governor's Office for bringing forth this essential legislation and the Nevada Housing Division for their work throughout this session. AB 540 provides a multi-pronged approach to address our state's housing crisis. The $133 million allocation will encourage housing development and amplify returns through this state. I want to note that Ovation COO Jess Molaski was a part of the working group in the interim, and along with other industry experts to help bring this bill to fruition. The bill represents a bipartisan and forward-thinking approach to housing in this state. Nevada is in desperate need of more attainable housing options to support our workforce population, such as teachers, government workers, nurses, hospitality workers, among many others. By expanding affordable housing tiers and allocating funds, AB 540 will ensure housing projects to support these support these developments to make sure that they can pencil and developers can place shovels in ground again. And just on one thing for Senator Allison, I also represent the Nevada's Manufactured Home Community Owners Association. We're also here in support because we believe that Nevada needs this housing legislation and that any help to improve development throughout the state will rise the tide for all boats. So we're glad to be here and to support, and we urge you for your encouragement and support.
Thank you for joining us. Welcome.
Hi, Chair Flores and members of the committee. Kanani Espinoza with the Rowe Law Group on behalf of Nevada Hand. Nevada Hand is the state's largest developer, builder, and manager of affordable rental homes for low-income seniors and working families, currently serving over 8,200 residents. Nevada Hand, our CEO and President Audra Hammernick, sat on the governor's task force and appreciate the results of the working group in AB 540. We are in strong support of the state's commitment to helping bridge the attainable housing gap and create stable housing for Nevadans. We encourage the support of the committee and your time. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. Welcome.
Chair Flores, members of the committee, good afternoon. For the record, John Sandy here today on behalf of the Nevada State Apartment Association. I don't know that I can add a lot to what has already been presented before me. Just really proud to support this bill and really focus on the conversation around the missing middle. It's a huge component of that's missing in our communities, and the efforts that you guys have gone to in this bill to try to address that is really valuable, and we appreciate all the effort and support the bill. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Chair Flores, members of the committee. My name is Mike Draper. I'm a partner at Argentum Partners. I'm here today on behalf of the Nevada Builders Alliance in an effort to wow this committee with inspiration and eloquence. Let me offer a wholehearted ditto.
That was very eloquent. You're right. Welcome.
Chair Flores, Andy Don here with the Labor Employers Cooperation and Education Trust. Glad to be here in support, especially in recognition of the work that got us to this point, and slightly more so for the work that will come from this point. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. Welcome.
Tanya Brown, private citizen. I have to think about that. I wasn't even going to speak on this bill, but I want to, and I'm in support of that. I just want to tell you about my lunch I had with my son-in-law today, and how his son, my grandson, had asked him, "Daddy, when are we going to own our own home?" And his response was, "It's out of our reach. We're not going to be able to. But possibly through this bill, maybe they can obtain a home." Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Chair Flores and members of the committee. For the record, I'm Mindy Elliott with Flynn Judici Government Affairs, today representing Reno Housing Authority. I'm going to deviate from my comments. I want to go back to the future for all of you that know that movie. Go back to 1974, 6713 Alturas Avenue, Stockton, California, $26,500, 1,087 square feet, 6,000 square foot lot, my first house. And I was in college. I rented 2 bedrooms out to a couple of gals. And that's how I ended up, learning about finance, learning about housing, installed my own sprinkler system. And the idea of having your own home was something that was really special. I was living in a 300 square foot, 1-bedroom apartment when I moved in. And I think from that standpoint, this bill provides hope for Nevadans who are looking for a future in home ownership and what they can do and how they can do it. And the Reno Housing Authority wants to be part of that solution. So does the Nevada Rural Housing Authority, who has the down payment assistance program. And I think for all the young Nevadans and mom and dads that want to own their own home, this bill provides that foundation for a bright future. I'm excited. This is an exciting bill, and I appreciate you allowing me to deviate from my comments, Chair, and your comments about that we need to really prioritize home ownership for those individuals needs to be where we start. Thank you so much.
Thank you for joining us. Welcome.
Chair Flores, members of the committee, my name is Joanna Tireos with Care Nevada, representing the Nevada retailers. We are here in support of AB 540. We want to thank the governor for including us in the process and appreciate the hard work that has gone into crafting this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, I don't see anybody else coming in support. We will go to the phone lines for support testimony on Assembly Bill 540.
If you would like to testify in support of AB 540, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue.
Good afternoon. My name is Kathy Thomas, K-A-T-H-I-T-H-O-M-A-S. I'm the Chief Housing Officer with the Southern Nevada Regional Housing Authority. We are here today to support AB 540. As you all know, we are in the midst of a housing crisis, and we understand that this legislative body has a number of competing priorities and challenges with the budget. But we are all committed to building a strong economy, and there is no economic model that does not have housing at its core. Not only do we need to support our workforce, we also know that seniors who live in stable housing have better health outcomes, that children who grow up in attainable housing have better educational results, that individuals struggling with behavioral health, mental illness, and substance abuse are able to commit to their recovery in stable housing. We know that we have an opportunity to address the needs of people who get up and go to work every day, the so-called missing middle, who are unable to buy their first home. This bill is an important step towards building strong communities, using housing as a foundation and a bedrock for that strength. The Southern Nevada Regional Housing Authority is committed to working with all the stakeholders to ensure that we get the best results from this investment and policy change. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today, and we urge your support.
And thank you for calling in. Next caller, please.
Good afternoon, Louis Jordan, LEWIS, JORDAN. I'm the Executive Director of the Southern Nevada Regional Housing Authority. First of all, I want to thank the chair and the committee for the time given today to listen to this important topic. We at the Southern Nevada Regional Housing Authority have an opportunity to serve a number of constituents. This bill will allow us to also serve those constituents that don't fit into the income tier that HUD allows us, up to 60, sometimes 80% AMI. There's a number of people that knock on our doors every day asking about affordable housing, attainable housing, that we just cannot support. We urge the passing of this bill to give us an opportunity to continue to help Nevadans build communities and find safe, affordable, and vibrant places to live. Thank you for your time.
Chair, you have no more callers in support at this time.
And thank you. We'll stay on the phone lines. At this time, we'll open it up for opposition for Assembly Bill 540 over the phone.
If you would like to testify in opposition of AB 540, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Chair, you have no callers in opposition at this time.
Thank you. Anybody wishing to testify in opposition in Carson City or Las Vegas, Assembly Bill 540? Seeing no one coming forward, we'll go back to the phone lines. Neutral testimony for Assembly Bill 540.
If you would like to testify neutral on AB 540, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Chair, you have no callers neutral at this time.
Thank you. And we will invite anybody in Carson City or Las Vegas wishing to testify in neutral. Seeing none, any closing remarks from our presenters?
Steve Acroft, Administrator of the Nevada Housing Division. Just really want to thank the committee for giving us the time and space to present and to be able to answer questions. So thank you very much.
And thank you for allowing us the time to vet the bill. I know it's deadline time, but we wanted to make sure that we were all on the same page. So with that, we'll go ahead and close out the hearing on Senate Bill 540. And members, I want to move some of the bills that I know we didn't have questions about. That does not mean that we're not moving bills that I don't suggest today. Just the ones that were completely clean and no questions came. I want to make sure we try to move those. So the first bill I would like for us to consider to do pass is Assembly Bill 224, which provides for the issuance of bonds to assist certain school districts in financing capital improvements.
Move to pass.
Vice Chair Orenshaw has made the motion to do pass Assembly Bill 224. Have a second. Senator Daly has seconded that motion. Members, any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those against say nay. Motion carries unanimously, and please note that we will have Senator Rogich, could you please do that floor statement? Senator Rogich will do the floor statement on Assembly Bill 224. Next for consideration, I'd like to consider a due pass for Assembly Bill 356, which revises provisions relating to collective bargaining agreements that we also heard today.
Motion to do pass.
Second.
Senator Daly has made the motion to do pass Assembly Bill 356. Vice Chair Ornshaw has seconded that motion. Members, any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those against say nay. Motion carries unanimously. And if I could please ask Senator Krasner to do that floor statement. Senator Krasner will do the floor statement on Assembly Bill 356. Next, I would like for the members to consider Assembly Bill 366. We also heard that measure today, which revises provisions relating to housing.
So moved.
Second.
Senator Daly has made the motion to do pass Assembly Bill 366. Vice Chair Ornshaw has seconded that motion. Members, any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. And if I could please ask Senator Ornshaw to do the floor statement. Senator Ornshaw will do the floor statement on Assembly Bill 366. Next, members, I'd like for us to consider Assembly Bill 442, which revises provisions relating to grants, which we also heard today.
Move to pass.
Senator Ornshaw has made the motion to do pass Assembly Bill 442. Do I have a second?
Second.
Senator Daly has seconded that motion. Members, any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those against say nay. Motion carries unanimously. And if I could have Senator Ellison, if you could please do the floor statement on Assembly Bill 442. Senator Ellison will do the floor statement on Assembly Bill 442. Next, members, I would like for us to consider Assembly Bill 539, which we also heard today, which authorizes the Department of Employment Training and Rehabilitation to establish a career coaching program for certain pupils in certain circumstances.
Move to pass.
Senator Ornshaw has made the motion to do pass Assembly Bill 539. Do I have a second?
Second.
Senator Daly has seconded that motion. Members, any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those against say nay. Motion carries unanimously. And with that, members, like I said, there are 3 additional bills that we heard today. However, I wanted to make it clear, because there were some questions, I want to make sure we're on the same page. That is not an indicator of anything else. In the floor statement for Assembly Bill 539, I will take that floor statement. Assembly Bill 539 will be me. With that, I'd like to now open it up for public comment. Anybody wishing to join us in Las Vegas or Carson City for public comment? Seeing none, I would like to go to the phone lines for public comment.
If you would like to provide public comment, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Chair, you have no callers wishing to provide public comment at this time.
Members, and I will not make the mistake again of saying that we will not have another meeting. We did the whole kumbaya goodbye and warm hugs at the previous meeting, thinking that we were not going to have more bills. There are a lot of bills that are still potentially moving out of the assembly that could fall within the purview of the jurisdiction of this committee. So rather than saying we won't have a meeting, what I'll say is, for now, I will post an agenda at the call of the chair tomorrow, in case we have anything that lands in this committee and we have to hear tomorrow. And so with that, we are adjourned. Yes, Saturday.